Cryptography in our hands, power returning to the lands. No more gatekeepers holding sway, DeFi lighting up the way. Final national DeFi day, the freedom to transact is the only way. Code is law and we are free, breaking walls with cryptography. In the cypherpunk dream, we trust, build better than what came before us. The future's open, free, bright. Innovation is a flicker of light, In the cypherpunk dream we trust, building better than what came before us. The future's open, free and bright. Innovation is a flicker of light. Separating money and state, legacy walls are starting to break. Transparency for the powerful, privacy for the weak. True balance is the thing that we all seek. International DeFi Day, the freedom to transact is the only way. Code is law and we are free, breaking walls with cryptography. From Bitcoin seeds to Ethereum's light, the standard .io shining twice as bright. Yield keeps rolling in each day, while zero interest loans lead the way. International DeFi Day, the freedom to transact is the only way. Code is law and we are free, breaking walls with cryptography. Cryptography in our hands, power returning to the lands. No more gatekeepers holding sway, DeFi lighting up the way. Final national DeFi day, the freedom to transact is the only way. Code is law and we are free, breaking walls with cryptography. In the cypherpunk dream, we trust, build better than what came before us. The future's open, free, bright. Innovation is a flicker of light, In the cypherpunk dream we trust, building better than what came before us. The future's open, free and bright. Innovation is a flicker of light. Separating money and state. Legacy walls are starting to break. Transparency for the powerful, privacy for the weak. True balance is the thing that we all seek. International DeFi Day. The freedom to transact is the only way. Code is law and we are free. Breaking walls with cryptography. From Bitcoin seeds to Ethereum's light, the standard eye shining twice as bright. Yield keeps rolling in each day, while zero interest loans lead the way. International DeFi Day. The freedom to transact is the only way. Code is law and we are free. Breaking walls with cryptography. Cryptography in our hands. Power returning to the lands. No more gatekeepers holding sway. DeFi lighting up the way. Final National DeFi Day. The freedom to transact is the only way. Code is law and we are free. Breaking walls with cryptography. In the cyberpunk dream, we trust. Build it better than what came before us. The future's open, free, bright. Innovation is a flicker of light. In the cypherpunk.
All right. Can everybody hear me? Are we live? Can we hear? Crypto Blood, are you there?
I'm here.
All right. Happy International DeFi Day, my man.
I don't know whether I should be happy or sad about musicians.
I know,
Because,
right? Wow. I know.
It's with AI, huh?
Yeah. I knocked it together in one day. I just thought, man, we need some countdown music. You know, the thing is, my whole family are musicians, and basically they use it as well and get inspired, and then they write down some of them and mix and match, and you know, all these tools have been there for years. But hey, thanks a lot, Crypto Blood. If people don't know you, please introduce yourself to the audience. I know that everyone already should know you because you're really a massive OG in the space.
Like yourself.
Yeah.
I hear a little echo, so I don't know.
All right.
We could
Oh dear.
maybe fix that. But yes, ladies and gents, my name is Jerry Rucker, also known as Crypto Blood. Been in this space for 11 years now, and it's been a wild ride. I'm just excited to be here. I'm excited to see the evolution of blockchain, and now Web3, AI, world we're in. It's very exciting. It's very exciting.
That should be a little bit better. Is that echo still there?
Testing. No. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, it is actually. It's still there.
shit.
Still there.
Shish kebab.
Still there. Kind of hard for me to talk because I hear myself.
You hear yourself back. Is anyone else in the chat hearing double?
Yeah, they're hearing it.
They're hearing it as well. Hot diggity. Well, that's frustrating. Let's see here. If when things
your audio must be doing a feedback into your mic or your speakers.
Yeah. Is that
Testing?
now?
Okay. No echo now. Echo now. Echo now.
Echo now. All right, 1 second. You know what?
Well, while we figure this out, guys, hit that like button, share this stream, and we are.
What about if I just use the
Thanks,
Mac
Gary.
mic instead of this? Is that still happening?
Testing. I still hear it.
Still hear it.
See, I have my earpiece in.
Yeah.
So I don't think it could be on my end.
Oh man, how frustrating! I'm gonna restart my broadcaster. We'll see. One second. All right. Let's see. Let's see if that's fixed it.
Test.
You're still getting an echo, mate.
Yeah. So mute your mic so I can talk. Test.
Still there?
No.
Is it still there even if I mute my mic?
Yes, still there. Let me try to leave then and come back in. I don't know. Like I said, I use Restream all the time.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. This is what I use.
All right.
I'll jump out and come back in.
All right, man. Okay. Anyway, so what we'll do is we'll bring up Chainlink before we run too far over time, and Sam will bring Sam up. See, maybe you have the same problem, Sam. Maybe not. Sam, can you hear me?
Echo.
Are you getting an echo too?
Yeah, I hear the echo.
Wow, that's unbelievably bad. What about now? Is that still there?
Testing.
1 2 1 2.
It's pretty subtle.
It's still there, is it? Okay.
Still there.
All right. Well.
Checking the audio.
Oh, wow. That's
Echo.
Yeah, I can hear that too, actually, even from through you back to me. Okay, well, maybe I'll just turn off all of this stuff, all of the fancy stuff.
What if you go on mic while I speak? I'll go on mute while I speak. Do you want to try that? Are you on mute?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Testing.
Hello.
I hear you.
You do? Is
But I
there
still
no
have
echo?
the echo.
There's still the echo.
There's still echo.
Because now I'm just going through my mic on my Mac. I've cut out everything. I'll try to jump out and jump back in. Maybe let's see. I don't know if this is going to cancel everything though. The stream, but I guess it's the last choice. Let's.
Hey guys. Oh, there's no echo now. Looks like it was Josh.
All right.
Hey Josh.
Hey, is this working yet?
I think it's working now.
It is.
No. Shoot.
No. Oh man.
When you were out, there was no echo.
Really?
Yeah.
What? That's just super frustrating. And the chat, are you hearing it? Chat.
Testing 1, 2, 3. There's still an echo.
Man, Restream, what are you doing to us? You're killing us here. Echo might be if you're recording for the PC. Okay, well, the thing is, really, there's no other input device. Let me just check here. Audio. Echo cancellation? I've just turned that on. Maybe that works. Is that working?
Echo.
Echo
I think we're good.
Yeah. Sort of.
Are we good?
Little bit iffy.
Yeah, I think we're okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, there we go. Okay, cool. Sam, welcome.
Do you want to? Hey, Josh, it's good to see you. Do you want me to stay on, or do you want to bring back your first guest?
No, we can stay on. Crypto Blood's going to co-host, so he'll be back on, I'm sure. I'll bring him in as well if he's there. Let's see, and then we can, if he's here. Yeah, there he is. All right, Crypto Blood. I think we might have fixed it.
There we go.
There we go. There's a little switch inside the settings, anti-echo. Why isn't that just always on? I don't know, but
we got through it. You balls of steel, Josh. You kept calm, and we got through it.
We got to do the show must go on, as they say.
The show must go on. The show must go on.
Hey, we have a distinguished guest here, one of the greatest in the space, really one of the hardest working people, wrangling a whole bunch of projects for the Chainlink Build program and more. Sam, welcome to the show. Do you want to introduce yourself to the guests?
Yeah, I'd love to. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
My name is Sam Friedman. I work for Chainlink Labs. I lead product and tech for Chainlink Build, which is an initiative that helps Web3 projects grow in various ways. I've been in the space since 2015 as a hodler, as a miner. I ran a 24 GPU mining farm in my basement for a few years. Then as a DeFi degen. And then I joined Chainlink Labs almost exactly 3 years ago. In February, it'll be 3 years. And I've done a number of things at Chainlink Labs. Initially, I joined as a solutions architect, working with developers, helping them understand the value proposition of Chainlink products, the capabilities, limitations, guidelines, best practices. And then I did a couple of other things around specific products, like our automation product and our cross-chain interoperability product. And now as I said, initially, I lead product and tech for Build. So that's me.
Yeah, awesome. And for those that don't know, Build is Chainlink's program to, it's basically an accelerator program. Is that how you would explain it?
Yeah, we don't use that word,
Accelerator.
but there are a lot of similarities.
Right, right,
And I can
right.
go into detail on exactly what Build is, if that's helpful.
Yeah, it would be really good because I
Yeah.
think a lot of people don't know what it is. Crypto Blood, have you heard of Chainlink Build? Do you know what it is?
No, I haven't, but if it's like an incubator or an accelerator, I'm very familiar with it. I've been through a few myself.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm familiar with that concept if that's similar.
Yes, so
But
there's
yeah,
some
Sam, go ahead and
similarities.
explain.
Yeah, sure. There are. We're not a venture.
Okay.
We're not a venture firm. We provide services around our products to Web3 projects who use our tech. And the premise is, or our vision is, that if there's a project that uses Chainlink technology or Chainlink product in some fundamental way, maybe to unlock a compelling use case or to solve an important problem like a value securing use case, then we want to showcase those projects to our community being Web3 native projects, as well as banking and capital markets users that are adopting our tech like CCIP, and to the ecosystem at large. And if we can showcase these projects as good examples of Web3 startups solving important problems, then they should gain adoption. And that adoption might be developers if they see themselves as a platform. It might be end users. It might be token holders or stakers, active community members. And that increased adoption for the project should turn into adoption for us, since these projects are using our tech.
Yeah,
And
for us, it's been so extraordinarily good because a lot of teams, they just have a great idea, they start building these products, they look at what Chainlink can offer, and then what else do? You don't really know, maybe a whole bunch of people in the space, you don't have the right connections, and becoming part of the Chainlink Build team program really allowed us to instantly have access to a lot more network and understand the tools better behind Chainlink, because the stuff that you guys offer now in terms of tool sets and infrastructure is quite vast, and you don't know what you don't know. And so some of the best things that has come out of our relationship is at TheStandard is, hey, we want to do this wacky idea. And Sam, you're like, hey, have you thought about Chainlink functions? And I'm like, oh, wow, look into that. That's perfect. Exactly what we need for this thing that we want to do.
So Sam, out of curiosity, is there a reason why you guys went with that approach instead of, an incubator or an accelerator type program? What was the premise behind going that approach versus actually giving these startups some capital to kind of develop?
a good question. So the program has evolved. Initially, there were some investments many years ago.
Okay.
Then we did something like a token swap. But what we're doing now seems to be the most successful. We've found projects that are on the same trajectory, have the same goals as us. We can align through technology. We can align our communities and achieve the same goals, which is solve real world problems with these centralized systems.
Yeah, awesome. What have you got planned for 2025 that people can get excited about over at Chainlink, as well as through the Build program?
Yeah, there's a lot. So product wise, CCIP has been very strategic for us and a big focus for us.
So for
We
those that
initially
don't know,
launched with
cross-chain stuff where people, it's really a protocol level cross-chain interoperability thing, yeah, which is fantastic.
exactly cross-chain interoperability protocol. It enables an account on one chain to send a message to an account on another chain. Those messages can include tokens or data, or both tokens and data for programmable token transfer. And the accounts can be EOAs or smart contracts, and the chains can be L1s, L2s, public chains, private chains.
Yeah, awesome.
So how many blockchains are you guys connected to?
It depends on how you count. So if you just look at mainnets on our docs, on our documents page, I think we have somewhere around 34 that have been announced in our documentation. And there are many more under development or in various stages of integration, maybe even integrated and not announced. So Josh, you asked about what to expect in 2025.
Yeah.
A lot more chains, L1s, L2s, app chains, bank chains, public chains, all of the above.
Nice.
In various stages.
Load up on chains.
Load up on chains. Yeah.
And how are you seeing that like how are you deciding which ones are worthy of that move? Is that purely a volume thing, or is that tech stack or L2s mainly, not L1s?
Yeah, there are a couple paths to a CCIP integration, and this is probably true for any of our products. We don't own or operate the infrastructure, the Chainlink infrastructure.
Yeah.
Or at least the organization I'm employed by, Chainlink Labs. We write the software for the Chainlink Foundation.
Yep.
But the Chainlink tech runs on systems that are independently owned and operated. So we have a community of node operators. These node operators need to be profitable. So we pick chains where there's enough demand for our products that it makes sense for the node operators to run services. That's one way, and that would explain chains like Ethereum. But there are other chains that are in an early stage and they're bootstrapping, and they may want Chainlink services on their chain to attract developers. Maybe they want DeFi protocols to launch on their chain, and the DeFi protocols need Chainlink data streams or data feeds or automation or functions or CCIP. So they will enter into a scale deal with Chainlink Labs, and they will cover the costs of deploying Chainlink products on their chain so that they can attract users.
I'm assuming that Ethereum is number one. Could you explain to us who number 2 and 3 would be with your organization as far as volume? One?
Well, not all of our products are integrated on every chain.
Right.
So it depends on which product we're looking at.
I got you.
For CCIP, I think every chain we integrate is initially connected to Ethereum mainnet. So for CCIP, Ethereum might be the most commonly connected chain, but not necessarily the most volume, because we've seen L2 growth the last few years.
Right.
And it depends on the use case too. So again, there are like 34 announced CCIP integrations right now. More chains if you group all our products together. So we're everywhere.
I'm just trying to get some alpha for the viewers here, see what they can front run and get in, see what the trend is basically as far as who you guys are, dealing with and who you see the most volume coming from.
Yeah, I guess if you were to pick a category of chain that's most common recently, that might be some of the Bitcoin L2 chains, like B Square.
Oh, interesting.
Layer.
Okay.
Yeah.
10x.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's really interesting. Oh, you heard it here first, folks. This is the Nancy Pelosi drop right there.
It's all in our docs. It's not really alpha, but it might be in our docs only as of the last 24 hours or so. So
that's funny.
Almost alpha.
Yeah. Excellent. That's fascinating, because one of the things at the Standard as well is like, how do we move, or not move, but how do we incorporate Bitcoin as a chain? That's all of our first love. Yeah, we don't want to let it just be the gold that it is. We do definitely want to build on it. It's just the tech wasn't there. And I remember building the Standard and all these Bitcoin maxi friends that I'd have, I'd be like, hey man, as soon as it's the op return codes can allow me to do it, or other infrastructure allows me to do it, we're there. But right now we can't. Yeah.
Interesting.
So that's CCIP, more chains. Then data streams is growing very quickly as derivatives protocols start to spread out and grow on chain, they need low latency, high fidelity price oracles. And data streams is rapidly becoming the standard across multiple chains.
Yeah.
So you should see more of that, more data streams on more chains and more feeds available or more data points available.
Awesome.
So right now there's like weighted bid and ask and midpoint, and soon you'll see other data types available, if not already,
Yeah.
on data streams. And then at SmartCon back in October, we announced the Chainlink runtime environment, which will be an orchestration platform for oracles. So a developer can write one job that does the work of what is today multiple different products. So right now we have automation, which is like a cron type.
That's what I was going to
Solution.
ask.
I know you
Cron
use-
job type.
Exactly. So we have automation as one product. We have functions for internet connectivity to smart contracts as another product, and VRF for randomness is another product. And with the Chainlink runtime environment, instead of a developer having to use 3 discrete products, they can write one job that uses capabilities from what is today multiple products. So I think
So the randomness part is great for GameFi and gaming then, right? I mean, for other applications and but I'm just thinking off.
Randomness is a fun one.
Yeah.
Gaming is a big use case. NFTs, NFT rarity, fair
NFTs.
launches is another use case.
Mhm.
There are also use cases in DeFi or governance, where you don't want to overwhelm your community with voting. Maybe you want to randomly select subsets of voters with the same results.
Yeah.
Or if
Makes
you're
sense.
making adjudications, judgments, then maybe you want to randomly select jurors or other participants.
Amazing. And
So PRF is pretty interesting.
do you see that in terms of randomness, can you look back and see that it was provably fair? Or how does that?
Yeah. So using cryptography, we can prove that the random number was generated from the request, seeded by the request. So it wasn't cherry picked or generated under some other premise or reused. The request for randomness, we can prove that the request for randomness was used to generate the number.
Man, that is so cool. It's so awesome. I think that's one of the least appreciated parts of crypto, is that you can do these provably fair mechanisms that are just so needed, specifically in gaming, like Crypto Blood said. Like, I mean, what else? How are you meant to prove any of fairness if you don't have these technologies? And it's always in the back of your mind.
If you're a team launching an NFT and you want your teammates to participate, or your teammates want to participate in their own project, how can you allow them to participate if you can't prove that it was a fair launch?
Yeah, fascinating. Hey, thank you so much, Sam, for jumping on and celebrating International DeFi Day with us here. For
Thank
me,
you, Sam.
it's 3 a.m. I had to wake up. It's actually 4 now, or 4:30. But it's I'm loaded up. I haven't drunk Red Bull since I was a teenager, and I thought, I'll do it.
I realize I'm the only one who's hatless here.
Yeah.
You're gonna crash. You're gonna
I
crash and
know.
burn, Josh.
I
You're
know,
gonna
I
crash
know.
and burn.
I got some coffee too. All right. Thank you
Well,
very much, Sam.
Thanks for having
Thanks,
me.
Sam.
Yeah.
It's great meeting you, Blood.
Yes, you too, man.
Awesome.
That was great.
But we have some amazing guests coming up. We've got Concero. Andy from Concero. We'll bring him up right away and find out all about that. Let's have a look here. Where is he? We have a whole bunch of people in the back end here now. There he is.
That's good.
Hey guys, how you doing? Hey Josh.
Hey, nice to have you. Welcome to International DeFi Day.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, everybody! International DeFi Day. How's it going?
Yeah, man, it's a thing. It's a thing. The one of the best parts of DeFi is really looking at all of these tools that traditional finance has offered the world and saying, hey, let's bring it on chain. Let's make it transparent.
And I like how much experimentation we have in the space, because there are a lot of projects that I see popping up that take like quite, not dated, but quite long-standing theories and economical theories and financial theories that weren't implemented before. And DeFi kind of creates a perfect space to try them out, test them out, and see how it goes. So I think not only are we bringing, the existing solutions on chain, but we're also experimenting with wild theories that a lot of them turn out to be quite good and quite innovative, quite interesting. So I think, yeah.
Excellent. Hey, let's drop to the crowd what Concero is, and is that how you pronounce it? And
Yes, it is. It is. It is. Oh, we have so much confusion about pronunciation. I've heard them all. I've heard concerto, I've heard concero, and all that. But it's Concero.
Conchita.
So basically, we're a fellow Chainlink Build member, just like TheStandard, and Sam, a very good friend of ours, has been of great help to us, and the overall Chainlink ecosystem has been as well. But what our team is doing is we're trying to tackle the problem of interoperability, right? So our whole approach and our whole thesis is that from a user point of view, users don't really care about the process of the transaction. They really care about the outcome of the transaction. And developers should care, like what they care about is how a certain chain or a certain set of compute is good for their technological solution, rather than which one has more of a distribution or higher usage and stuff like that. And this is where it all kind of started, right? Is we're like, okay, how can we unify the world compute and essentially have all of the chains act as one? And so in order to do that, the first step is to allow those chains to, first of all, communicate between each other in a decentralized, trustless manner. Second of all, we have to make it super scalable, because as we see, the environment in which we're in, the status quo has changed from, say, the last cycle. The amount of L2s and L1s that are popping up is going up and up and up and up, right? But some, and if not most, interoperability solutions just cannot scale that much because they weren't initially designed for it, right? And at the moment, there are essentially two approaches to securing these cross-chain transactions. It's a cryptographic security model and it's an economic security model. Each has its upsides and downsides, and not to get into too much detail, but cryptographic security is very secure, but it struggles with scaling, because to add a new chain, you need to convince a bunch of your node operators to start indexing the chain. For that, they need to, increase their hardware and stuff like that. So it's quite a long and, an expensive process. But the economic security, although it is much more scalable, at the same time, it requires a lot of delegated stake. And and the golden middle between the two is, I think, where we should be aiming at. And this is how we designed Concero V2, right? Is we took the decentralized off-chain decentralized compute of Chainlink, and that will validate transactions and certain things happening on the source chain, and then we use economically secured nodes to deliver a cryptographic report of a certain action happening to the destination chain, where that decentralized off-chain compute cannot reach quite yet. So basically, with this approach, we try to retain the industry standard cryptographic security by Chainlink, but at the same time, we try to scale it quickly, permissionlessly, beyond the current kind of live chains, right? And I think that's quite important. And the way that we have done it, we're going towards a fully trustless environment where you wouldn't even have to trust not even a single node, but a single network. But at the same time, it kind of gives back the liberty to developers to essentially go to literally any chain which is better for them technologically, and allowing users to interact with their protocol no matter which chain they're on. So that's kind of the pitch, if you may. But yeah, if you have questions or anything, let me know. I'd love to answer them.
Yeah, Andy, nice to meet you. Thanks for joining today. How long have you guys been live, and what's your active monthly user?
So we've been with Concero V1, which is essentially two sets of Chainlink functions. It was like our MVP. We have been live since September. The application of it was Lunk is actually our user-facing application that does bridging. It utilizes Chainlink CCAP to settle transactions, and our this is my co-founder Oliver, and our and Chainlink functions in order to fast track those transactions. Concero v2 is going into testnet, hopefully, not hopefully, but it's going into testnet next week. Oleg is currently actively testing it and stuff like that, so we're very close to it. We've actually spoken about it at SmartCon as well this year, but we're very lucky for Chainlink to invite us. But yeah, with regards to daily active users, we're currently on the app averaging about 1,500 daily active users, closing in at about 4,000 transactions a day. With V2, we hope that will grow.
What so the question on everybody's lips, they're burning their heart. It's like they've just eaten a whole bunch of chili and they're sort of, you know, they want to get it out. How do they take part in what you're doing in terms of maybe holding a token or following or helping out, or, you know,
look, we don't have a token, right? We're very far away from that, but our community is quite good. I think since we started about 2 years ago, like what we focused on initially, how we actually arrived at this solution and at tackling this problem is, for the first, I would say, about 6 to 9 months of us existing, all we did is we used third-party SDKs to put together quick MVPs and push it to users to start understanding what the user requirements are, right? We have a database of over 100,000 feedback forms that have been filled out over the years.
Wow.
And we've been and we've been very close to the user every step of the way. This is why we built Lanka in-house, because Lanka is our user-facing stuff, and we need to be as close to the user to understand their requirements. Because if we understand those requirements and we create a solution that kind of tackles those problems, then because all of us are trying to cater to the same user, then any protocol that would want to cater to that user would go with us, because we know what the user wants. We solve that problem, and because of that, our community has been growing quite strongly, and we have quite an engaged community on Twitter, Discord, everywhere. They participate in our rewards portal. So if you want, just follow us, get into the Discord. We have a lot of activities there, a lot of fun stuff. We'll be asking you a lot of questions. But
and in terms of tokens, you asked, Josh, I think, Concero ecosystem rewards is pretty much the closest that we have in terms of tokens. So people can participate in the rewards program. We will also roll out the testing side of things. So like when users are helping us test stuff, they will get rewarded with the ecosystem rewards. And then, later down the line, they will be redeemed into actual on-chain tokens. At the moment, we're just internally kind of giving them away. So yeah, that's probably the token side of things for us.
Yeah, awesome. And a lot of people out there, a lot of projects, I think it's very clever not to launch with a token up front. Blood, you've probably seen this as well.
I agree. Yeah.
A lot of projects, they load up on these tokens, and it's a great way to initially fund the initial capital, apart from friends and family. But then you have this massive hassle of everyone, when moon, and you're like, hey, we just want to build, man, like long term,
I think this is why we're quite, wary of it, especially at first, because I don't see a point of launching a token if your ecosystem doesn't really need the token, right? You don't launch tokens for the sake of tokens.
You'll actually end up with delayed gratification. I think the team will end up adding more value to the token. If you take a look at how Uniswap did, they focused on building a nice tool for the environment, for the community, and then did the airdrop, and it did massively well. So I agree with that.
Because launching a token is like a second full-time job, because by launching a token,
that's
you're
right.
not only inviting the your core community of actual users and people who want to participate in the project, you're also inevitably inviting another community of like speculators, investors, holders, and stuff like that. And you need to cater to both at the same time. But if you're not mature enough with your product, if you don't have product market fit and stuff like that, you would run out of hands. You cannot focus on both things.
And you're also inviting the lawyers, right? That's an overhead that you really don't want out the gate.
Yeah, that's true. So yeah, tokens. they're not a bad thing. They're just a thing
No.
that need to happen at the right time when you're ready.
At the right timing, right?
It is really wonderful to have you guys on. Thank you for joining us for International DeFi Day. I know it's just a quick slot, but we've got so many
Yep.
people to get through here and projects.
No worries. Thank you
Thanks
very
for
much,
inviting
guys.
us.
Yeah, thanks a
Looking
lot.
forward to hearing Li.Fi. They were actually the first SDK we ever integrated. So
All right, yeah,
Oh, nice.
super cool to.
They're
Round
up.
of applause.
Thank you guys.
Okay, guys.
Have a lovely day.
All right, thanks, guys.
I've got the soundboard ready, Josh. I've got the
Oh
soundboard
man,
ready.
I love it. I love it. That's fantastic. Let's have a look here. Who we got next? Li.Fi. Julian, welcome to International DeFi Day. Congratulations to the international community. The tools that you have brought to the world are really sensational and highly used. For those that don't know what Li.Fi is, or they might have used you guys without even knowing it, right?
Yeah, that's right. All right, guys. Thanks for having me. I'm Julian, working in new integrations here at Li.Fi. So we currently have more than 300 integrations live. As you mentioned, probably some of the users never know that are using Li.Fi in their apps. But basically, what we do at Li.Fi, we are solving the problem of crypto liquidity fragmentation. Because 2 years ago, 90% of crypto was on Ethereum. Now, just 2 years later, less than the 50 or 60% of crypto is still on Ethereum mainnet. There are all these new layer 2s that are emerging, also alternative chains like Solana, Sui. In short, hundreds of blockchains that are really their own cities with crypto liquidity sitting on them, separate from all the other liquidity. So how we are solving this problem is by the aggregation of single decentralized exchanges like Uniswap, SushiSwap, DEX aggregators like 1inch, ParaSwap, 0x, Dodo, and then bridges across all major blockchains. So in the end of the day, we make it easy to move any asset on any chain to any asset on any other chain, okay?
Amazing. And Blood, have you used Li.Fi stuff before?
Not to my knowledge.
Ah.
I might have.
Well, it's sensational. It's so easy to use. We incorporated it into the standard.io interface as a widget.
Oh, nice.
Because basically, if you've got a project and you need a certain token or certain tokens work with your dApp, a lot of people don't have the liquidity on that chain in that token, right? Li.Fi is basically like a Uniswap interface. It's just has, instead of just from this token to that token, it has another field which is from which chain, which token, to which chain, which token. So you can get like Pol on Polygon and move it to Ethereum on Arbitrum. And you just click go and it'll do the swap, the trade, the bridge, everything, and boom, there it is in your wallet in one click. It's sensational. It just saves so much headaches. And this is the North Star I think we should all face, is ease of use and
interoperability. Yep.
Interoperability, yeah.
Because if we can get that down packed, we can scale much faster.
Yeah, and you don't get fear. I think that this idea that people have of these butterflies in the stomach, when you're sending a crypto transaction, like those have long gone with me because I know what I'm doing. But they're still they're a little bit, I guess, sometimes. But especially newbies, they're like, "Oh, Joe, I don't know." They're always calling me. Can you just walk me through this transaction? Just hit send. You've done everything right. But yeah, those butterflies before hitting send, that's what we should get rid of in the industry. And I think this is one massive step towards that, is what Li.Fi have built.
So someone in the audience is asking about your token, the Li.Fi token. When are you guys planning on dropping that?
Yeah, we don't have any plan yet to drop a token, to be honest. There's, as I think it was Andy mentioning before, that when there's no need to drop a token, why would we launch a token? Probably in the future, there will be a need for that. But nowadays, I mean, Li.Fi is completely focused on solving this liquidity fragmentation issue and helping partners like Rabby, Phantom, Robinhood Wallet, MetaMask, and many others, and being their swap provider.
So you guys work with Phantom Wallet?
Yeah, and Robinhood Wallet as well. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Josh. You asked me, and I think I've seen a swap I've done using Li.Fi. So
yeah, there you go. And I think even in MetaMask, right? You guys were or still are.
Yes, 8 of the top 10 wallets are using Li.Fi for their cross-chain needs. So yes, basically you can think of Li.Fi as a Google Flights for tokens. Because we recommend the best route
aggregator almost type.
Exactly. We are a cross-chain aggregator, aggregating multiple liquidity sources and bridges on top of that.
Yeah, and look, for those people that think, I really want to have be part of that or own some of that token, and they don't have a token yet. Look, I would just say go and use these things, because a lot of the time that projects don't have a token, they look at the users that have been there, and when they do release one, there might be something there. I'm not saying there is or whatever, but this is how you support projects in the spaces. Use their products, go and use them, and give them feedback. Hey, we didn't like this, or we loved that, or hey, I've got a new, your logo sucks, here's a new logo because I'm a graphic designer, or whatever. Add to the community is how we should all interact. Yeah,
I see one from Faye. I think Faye in the Garden said, yeah, I did a swap recently on Crow DeFi wallet, and it used Li.Fi and gave me the best price by a significant amount. So
yeah, the crypto.com wallet.
The crypto.com DeFi wallet. So that's great, man. Exactly. Great.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yes. Yeah, and I think there are many things that we are working on, and 2025 is going to be a great year for interoperability, token standard, intent-based bridges, and well, we are completely focused on this. Also, if you guys want to know more about the interoperability industry, I recommend you to follow the Li.Fi social medias, because our research team is great. To be honest, they have released very good reports in the last couple of months. So I would recommend you to take a look at them if you are interested in knowing more about interoperability industry.
So how does your team, I know we got to run, Josh, but out of curiosity, how does your team actually make revenue from this? Is it part of the spread, or are you just focused on scaling right now and figuring out how to make some revenue later, monetize it later?
Exactly. We are scaling right now and trying to improve the volume every month. And then, yes, this is a problem for the future.
Typical crypto valley, the Silicon Valley.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
And then figure it out afterwards.
Revenue later.
Yes, I mean, the idea is to achieve the massive adoption, and we are the underlying infrastructure for all these applications, all these wallets. So that's basically the idea. And I think there is a lot of upside yet to be covered. So I think there will be enough time to make money later.
Well, thank you so much, Julian. What are you doing for the rest of International DeFi Day? Are you blowing up balloons and celebrating how you?
For sure.
Good to hear. Good to hear.
All right, guys. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Julian.
Bye-bye.
Hey, Blood, I'll tell you, we have some guests coming up. It's fantastic. Next up, we have Quant AMM. Automated market maker, I'm sure. Quant AMM.
All right, I'm excited. Anytime I hear Quant, I'm excited.
You're in.
Hello.
You're all.
I'm in.
Balls deep. All right. Quant AMM, Christian, how are you?
Not bad. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Congratulations on International DeFi Day. It is probably the most important day in DeFi.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I'm pumped. I'm pumped.
yeah.
We had when we were coming up with the name Quant AMM, like we are like a quantitative like AMM, but we always kind of liked the pun on quantum. But I think most people are sticking with Quant AMM. So yeah, we're all good. But
No, that's clever. I like
we're absolutely
it.
psyched.
So I mean, you know, I think when I think quant, I think quantitative easing, which sounds like some sort of disease from the Federal Reserve. Yeah.
The burr.
Quantitative. What is Quant AMM? How does it work? What is it? Let's drop it. Let's drop us in the pool.
Yeah, it's more kind of finance quants than quantitative easing, but really kind of the guts and the working complexity is quite like detailed and mathematical. But the idea is super simple. Like what we're building is what we call blockchain traded funds. So BTFs, not ETFs. That's the principle, and they're kind of ETF style products that are run fully on chain, fully automated, with like advanced strategies that are fully automated on chain. And that's kind of why we're part of Chainlink Build as well. You know, we will use Chainlink automation heavily. We'll use Chainlink prices like heavily. But really, the kind of the pitch to kind of LPs is super simple. What we're doing is like not only an index product, so not only kind of say top 5 or top 10 in this particular sector or this particular chain, but we actually run advanced strategies. Like index products have been around for a while, but really, you know, crypto is a high reward, high risk kind of asset. So just tracking like indices isn't really like what the kind of main use case is so far. So what we do is we take advanced TradFi strategies, put them on chain, run them in a kind of BTF, and that's the product. And we're a Balancer V3 launch partner as well, so we run kind of on top of Balancer. And really where the AMM side comes into it is like if you imagine like a Uniswap pool that's like 50-50 weights in terms of like ETH, USDC or something. We change those weights with market prices. So if ETH is going up in price, you don't want to be 50% in ETH, you want to be 100% or 99% in ETH. So we change with the market. So every day, every hour, we're changing our holdings so that not only are you making money by like earning spot fees, but you're also earning money by the capital appreciation of the actual holdings of the pool. So like ETH is going up in price, you go 99% of your holdings in ETH. When ETH starts to go down in price, you kind of de-risk into USDC. So you've just made a killing by the price action of ETH itself, as well as earning all those kind of sweet trading fees.
I mean, it sounds amazing, but I have so many questions. You know, obviously nothing's perfect, and there's always impermanent loss somewhere. Sometimes you can't be 100% right the whole time. I mean, you know, sometimes there's just a massive drop instantly, and such. And I guess this is where Chainlink comes in as well, because it's so quick to, especially with automations, you can be quite reactive while still being decentralized, because decentralization unfortunately brings in a little bit of clunkiness, and sometimes it's a bit slower to react rather than, you know.
Yeah, we've my co-founder Matthew, he's the kind of the PhD mathematician guy, and we've done like a lot of maths to be able to make this run like super fast on chain. But like in reality, if you look at some of the index products that are out there at the moment, some of these strategy vaults, they'll rebalance every like couple of weeks or every month. And in crypto world, like a quarter is actually like a lifetime. 2-3 months is a lifetime. So if you're kind of looking at the market every hour, every day, as you said, it's like it's an opinion. These TradFi strategies, that, you know, things like momentum or channel following, you know, they are opinionated strategies. So it is capital at risk. But in essence, there is a high risk, high reward aspect of it, where the strategy gets it right, and really it starts to perform, not just 1 or 2% like you expect with impermanent loss and people trying to beat like the current AMM market. You're talking like 100, 200% kind of returns on the market, and that's really kind of where the value comes into it.
Right. Wow. So how, the question that's always on everyone's lips, how do I, is it the best way to profit using the DApp, or is there a token, or is there both, or how does that, how can people?
Yeah, I mean, so we are a like balancer V3 launch partner. So if you think about us like a balancer pool that changes its weights like every minute of the day, that's like essentially it. So how would you normally make like money from a balancer pool? You kind of LP in the balancer pool. That's kind of how you normally make money. So you can consider these BTFs as they are like in essence absolutely juiced up balancer pools, and balancer V3. I know you guys have got on balancer later, so they'll probably just explain all the like amazing things that you could do on it. But like in essence, that has an amazing ecosystem, amazing incentives. So there's incentive and programs on top for LPs as well. But in essence, you just LP into the pool. You earn fees from people trading inside of the pool, but you also earn from the kind of that kind of sweet price action.
Yeah, awesome. What have you guys got coming up in 2025? Is there anything that you guys are working on specifically that you can talk about?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So like our timelines at the moment, we had to wait for Balancer V3 to launch. They launched in like mid to late December. So now we're lining things up, and we've got a simulator that we've kind of built in collaboration with CowSwap and Gyroscope and Balancer that kind of simulates these pools. So another thing about like some of the strategy vaults is that the manager, you don't know what they're going to do next, but these you can actually like simulate, say, hey, if I put my money in this pool like 6 months ago or 2 months ago, like what would it have looked like? How much money could I have made or like lost? And that's something really powerful for people to kind of see. So the simulator actually it's another DeFi Day exclusive, but we're going to be dropping that tomorrow. So as soon as we're expecting the kind of the Cow team and the Gyroscope team to verify and approve today. So that's probably going to drop tomorrow. So that's going to be very exciting. And that's just going to be a web app hosted that you can go to. And then we'll launch around ETH Denver. And that's kind of the V1. The V1 is the vanilla BTFs that will be kind of themed around potential sectors or potential kind of chains of tokens. And then the V2, we've also partnered with like Ezekiel. They're a real like iceberg of a protocol that does ZK proofs. And for your average kind of retail user, you want to know the strategy. You want to kind of know what you're getting yourself into. But say if you're an institution, you're coming along, you want to create like your own BTF, or you're a family office and you want to kind of hide your strategy away, how could you do that? You kind of run it off chain, and then you publish a ZK proof saying, hey, I am running like the same strategy. I'm not just going to like ape into my friend's like meme coin tomorrow. I'm running a verified strategy, but I'm not going to tell you what it is. Ezekiel, they're running 300K proofs a day. They're an absolute beast on kind of Halo 2 and ZK. And like, if you're in the ZK world, you know a lot about them. But like, in essence, ZK strategies are what's coming next in 2025 after the launch towards the end of Feb, early March this year. So watch out for the early launch, then watch out for ZK. And yeah, we will be launching a token as well. But like all the teams have currently said, we're not going to tie the protocol launch to the token launch.
Fair enough. Blood.
So Christian, just really quickly, out of curiosity, man, like how do you, I guess I should ask it this way. Is there a threshold or a maximum for your funds, for your strategies? In typical quant world, hedge fund world, there's usually a max, right, of investment capital, because you can ultimately end up moving the markets and the strategy not working because you have too much capital making those
exactly. So we don't really deal with the low cap market coins. So we deal with kind of middle to high market cap coins. So like unless we start ending up having, like individual pools with high hundreds of millions, it won't be like an issue in terms of like the tail wagging the dog on like affecting the price. If we tried doing one of these strats with some kind of new meme coins that were out there that had really, really low market caps, yeah, that's definitely a problem. But it also goes two ways. Like there's no maximum, but also because of how we've done the maths and how we've built the protocol, because the running costs are so low, if you wanted to spin up your own kind of strat on like an L2, if we're talking like in the like 20 to 50K range in terms of like the amount of money you're going to put into the strat, that's absolutely fine too. So you don't need a pool with like millions of like TVL in it for all these things to be running. You can also run like really low, like spun up, almost tailored strat pools with only like 10, 20, 30K of like money in it. So that's kind of very exciting as well.
Awesome. We're unfortunately going to have to leave it there. If people want to find out more about Quant AMM, I'm guessing they throw up Google and throw that in there.
Absolutely. And check out the Twitter for tomorrow's simulator release.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. By the way, before we go, what chains mainly? All of them or some?
So we're like EVM compatible. We'll do like all the big L2s, but really also because of the like super efficient running cost, like we can run on mainnet whilst other people can't. So we're going to be launching on Ethereum mainnet as well.
No.
But yeah, big L2 EVM L2s and EVM mainnet.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Christian. And yeah, looking forward to that simulator.
See, thanks for the opportunity. Thanks.
So, Blood, this is a marathon we have going on here at International DeFi Day. Next up, we have Folks Finance.
Josh, we need one of those marathon backpacks where the water, we can just sip it and keep going.
So well, this is the good thing about having a co-host like yourself, is that I can, I can have a toilet break and you can.
Yes. I'm excited about Folks though. Let's bring up Folks.
Yeah, Folks, are you there?
Finance.
You might need to turn on your camera to be up here. I've brought you up.
Of course, guys. Hello.
Hello.
Alrighty.
Welcome. Celebrations. Hopefully where you are, it's not too early. It's too early for me for beer, so I've gone for Red Bull instead to celebrate. This is my first Red Bull.
Yeah.
Forever.
It's midday. I'm on the east coast of the U.S., so I guess I could crack open a beer if I wanted to.
Oh, it's past gentleman's hour. That's okay. All right.
But I think I'm gonna wait maybe another couple hours and I'll dive in after that.
Good stuff.
Still kind of trickling down the coffee.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. Same here.
Yeah. I've got a whole thermos flask of coffee for me. It's 3 a.m. here in Australia. It's the arse end of every time zone.
I know you guys got it bad.
We got it bad, man. We got it bad.
So folks finance, you got 318 million staked. That's a lot of folks.
But it's not. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, tell us about your platform. So
yeah, he's you're referring to, for the audience, he's referring to the amount of TVL we have, which I guess today it's about $318 million. So there's a couple things that I'm gonna tell you about. So Folks is a cross-chain lending hub, also with other DeFi tools, currently live on Base, Arbitrum, ETH, BNB, and Avalanche. I'll get into that. That's one side of what we have. And the other side of what we have is we're the biggest app on Algorand. We're like a full DeFi hub for the Algorand ecosystem. So a couple of years ago, actually almost 3 years ago, we launched on Algorand, April 2022. This was back when it was all about ETH competitors, Algorand being in the mix with Solana, AVAX, Polygon, Cardano, XRP, the list goes on, of course. That was, as many of you will remember, that was what last cycle was really about, was like the L2s hadn't popped up yet. We didn't have the easy scaling and the really high-end scaling that we have now. It was really just ETH mainnet versus what else is there, right? And so Algo was in that race. So the play back then for a lot of companies was to, okay, let's spin up a DeFi primitive on one of these new chains and, you know, capture some of the market, go public, not public, but like launch the token and try to basically bet on a winner. As we all know,
Right.
the winner of those battles was mostly Solana, but at the same time, there was still a lot of market to capture on the other chains. So for the past couple of years, folks started as the second lending protocol on Algorand. There was actually one before called AlgoFi that had a huge lead. They had 100 million in TVL when folks launched. And by the way, I was actually the first employee at AlgoFi as well. I got hired first person after the founders to be their community manager. I was there with them for 6 months. Then I worked a couple other jobs, and then I joined folks about a year later. I've been with folks now for 2.5 years, just for context. But
Okay.
so folks launched lending markets on Algorand. Then we launched liquid staking. And then we were able to combo over time the liquid staking token to be usable in the lending markets, which let people do leverage liquid staking. And we also added leverage trading using flash loans. And we kind of upgraded the entire thing to be more than a lending app, more than liquid staking. It was like a full strategy hub. So over time, we were able to capture a huge amount of the algo market. I think we have like 75, 80% of algo's DeFi TVL at this point. That number goes up and down, but we were definitely the biggest player over there. So we got to a point where we weren't able to grow anymore in that market.
Right.
We had kind of captured
Critical mass
as possible, right? And this is like also deep in the depths of the bear market when algo was 10 cents maybe or less. Now it's bouncing around 30, 40 cents, you know, range. So whatever, we kind of thought, and by the way, for the audience, algo doesn't have the same coding language or a comparable coding language to EVM chains. So we were in a tough position where it was, how could we grow? But we also can't just copy paste and easily go to another chain. We can't just easily go from ETH to AVAX or ETH to Polygon or something. So we had to come up with a whole new system. So we went from like, if DeFi V1 is like one app on one chain and V2 is one app and then you copy paste it to many chains, then the V3 in this framing is like one app that's unified across multiple chains, has the same experience connected to multiple chains. So that's what we had to go straight in and build. So what we have now is we have a product where you can deposit on one chain and borrow on another chain without having to bridge. So you can deposit ETH on mainnet and then go and borrow ETH on base or USDC on base. You can deposit AVAX and ETH in the same loan and go borrow BNB on BNB chain. So these things are connected with Wormhole, Chainlink CCIP, Circle CCTP also helps us create unified pools. So all the USDC that gets deposited into folks, Xchain hits the same pool. So no fragmentation. We solve fragmentation. The more tokens that get enabled with cross-chain solutions like Solve BTC uses Chainlink CCIP. Shiba uses Chainlink CCIP now. Those are tokens that we can unify markets with as well. So with the long-term vision, it's like fix fragmentation, fix the splitting issues between chains, and basically create folks as like a hub that you can deposit from any chain and use it kind of like as your home base for deployment, right? So ideally you come in, you deposit funds there, they're going to earn yield. And then, let me go borrow some AVAX and trade some AVAX meme coins. I'm going to do that. And then I'll bring it back into folks. And then let me go borrow some ETH on base, trade around there, and then bring it back in. So hopefully folks becomes this like capital deployment hub that sits between multiple chains at the same time. So that's kind of what we're about.
So do you guys have a native token? A token within the platform, or no?
We do not have a token yet. We're gearing up for one this year, but we've actually, even though we've been live for almost 3 years, we still haven't dropped the token.
Staying conservative. What sort of technology are you using in the back? Are you utilizing some of Chainlink's CCIP stuff, or have you built your own solutions?
Yeah, so we work very closely with Chainlink. We use CCIP. We're in the Chainlink Build program. We have been for maybe like a year and a half at this point. Yep. So, we have a close relationship with them. We get that early access and kind of personal guidance for how to build with these tools, and we're even able to give them feedback and sometimes request, oh, can you guys add this in for our use cases and this and that. We're one of the biggest users of CCIP technology in the market right now. Actually, last week, I think like for 4 out of 5 days, Folks was the app that was creating the most CCIP transactions per day. So I think all of the CCIP apps, we're the most cutting edge and like pushing the boundary for I don't want to say we're the most cutting edge. It's kind of that's a matter of opinion, but we are definitely one of the few apps that's really pushing the boundaries for cross-chain and really like built a cross-chain first protocol. But we use CCIP to send messages chain to chain. So we also use Wormhole, and I'll kind of briefly explain that for most of the assets on Folks, they stay on their native chains, except for the assets that are pure cross-chain assets like USDC using CCTP, right? So with CCTP from Circle, you can have USDC on one chain and USDC on another chain, and it's not a wrap version, right? It's the same type of USDC. It's all one thing. Now we're seeing other tokens like Solve BTC and Sheeb I mentioned before also get that compatibility. So if you take cross-chain token with the cross-chain lending, you create the true cross-chain experience of all those tokens are deposited together in one pool and borrowed from one pool instead of split amongst multiple chains and protocols. So
what chains you guys have on the roadmap to integrate next?
So we're going to be adding in Monad testnet when they launch. So that's going to be in the next couple weeks. That's just a testnet though, of course. So when they go live, we'll be there. We're looking at, I mean, I don't want to say because it's all like, it's not something I want to really reveal yet, but we are looking at, of course, the top chains. We do a ton of deep dive research on where the demand is, where the assets are.
Solana.
Yeah. Well, obviously Solana is like super, super big target. It's just, there's a different thing because it's easy to get all the EVMs together. But then if you want to add in Solana, it's a whole different type of deving and ballgame. And of course, we want to get those non-EVMs as well, because consider we have majority of TVL that's in both of our apps on Algorand. We want to fold Algorand in and make it one super app, right? We don't want two apps, but we're in this kind of middle ground right now where we just launched X-Chain back in September, right? So it's only been a couple months of that being live. And we're now in 2025, ideally going to gear up for a combo.
How big is just out of curiosity, how big is your dev team? You guys seem like you're iterating pretty fast.
It's actually not that big. It's maybe like 6 to 8 guys.
Wow.
I think it's less than, it's definitely 10. It's less than 10. What'd you say?
Sometimes it's fast to have smaller teams.
No, it is. Yeah. It is. I was watching, I think Mark Andreessen or someone, they were talking about like 120 is like where you really start to fall off with efficiency with your dev team. If you have more than 120 for some reason, you just like, you can't expand any. Any
more than
faster.
120, you got to bring the sync in. You gotta
bring the sync in.
All right.
I mean, we're a long way from 120, so I think we still have a lot of.
You're good. No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ivo. If people want to, out there want to find more about Folks Finance, where do they go?
Check us out on on Twitter at Folks Finance. You'll be able to find the rest of our socials from there. And you can follow me on Twitter at IBUProd, IBUPROD. Obviously, I talk about Folks a lot. So yeah, both places. And then send me a DM if you have more questions for anybody in the audience. Happy to answer or guide you in the right direction. Thanks guys.
A lot, Ivo. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right. There we have International DeFi Day is rolling on. Blood. The guests.
These are some great projects. I'm loving what I'm hearing so far. None of them, and there's no shade to anyone that's coming up next to follow these guys that do have a token. But so far, projects are committed. They're really got their heads down and they're building. Josh, they're building.
Well, next up we have a really good project. We use them pretty much all the time. It's Cypher and CodeHawks. Mark from Cypher and CodeHawks. You'll have to stick your video on to join us. Here we are.
Hello,
Mark,
Joshua.
you know, Mark is one of these guys, just to let everyone know, that really is such a breadth and depth of knowledge in this space.
He's going to need double the time slot then, Josh.
I know, and
tell
we're
you
already
what,
running behind.
You got to give him
like
double.
this. I've not had an intro like that before, Josh, so I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, great to be here, guys. Really excited.
Yeah. So why don't you quickly give everyone the drop on what Cyphren does and CodeHawks?
Yeah, of course. So yeah, I'll give you kind of like a bit of context into my background. So previously, maybe you can see by the hoodie, I was at Chainlink Labs for a couple of years. So I was the business lead there for proof of reserve and real world assets before joining like a couple of former colleagues at Cyphren. So I'm now the CSO at Cyphren. So in terms of what we do, we're a security company. We focus on private audits, and we have a contest audit platform as well called CodeHawks. On top of that too, we are actually the biggest Web3 developer education platform as well with Cyphren Updraft. So to give kind of everyone a bit of context there, we've got about 220,000 active users on Cyphren Updraft at the moment, something we're really, really proud of. And yeah, we've only launched that in the past year. So it's gone from strength to strength. We're seeing about 170% month-on-month growth with that platform. So yeah, like the big goal for us, I think we started out as a security company, right? And slowly realized that actually education was just as important as for security. So yeah, we have 120 plus hours worth of content on our platform. And we've just released our certifications. So that basically means once you've taken our courses, you can now get fully certified in the discipline to be a smart contract developer. And you can use that out in the wide world, as it were, to get a job in Web3. So yeah, super excited about our education alongside our security.
It's so important. It really is. And so in terms of education, is it more for developers developing in the space, or users that are, you know, wanting to degen into strange cryptos?
That's a great question. So it's more for developers looking to get in the space, right? But we don't want to gatekeep. So I think when it first started out, so just as well for everybody's consideration, this is led by our CEO, Patrick Collins. So you may have seen like his YouTube videos before. But when we first started, it was very much just, can we bring developers from Web 2 into Web 3, right? Because we really do have an issue with the number of developers in Web 3. So we wanted to start those building blocks of how do we get people over from that Web 2 ecosystem into Web 3. And we've kind of developed now this roadmap of, we want it for every single discipline, right? So you want to be in go-to-market at Chainlink or TheStandard, or you want to be in marketing, or you want to be a solutions architect, then you need to start taking our courses in order to get certified. So the real process flow is take our courses, get certified, and then get a job in Web3. Now, we are starting to release a suite of products that will facilitate this more. We've just released Cyphren Profiles as well. So Cyphren Profiles is then a place where you can essentially show off the skills that you've ascertained through the educational platform, and you can connect with them with protocols as well. And that will be in V2. We're releasing protocol pages. So you'll be able to connect with, you know, the biggest chains, biggest protocols in the ecosystems, and yeah, show off your skills and get a job there.
You know, this is beautiful. It's for me, it's a true free market of education as well, as having a certification that doesn't need to be government or anything else. It's certified by industry leaders in the space. And for those that really don't know, like Cyphren and CodeHawks Cyphren specifically is made up of really the top tier developers that help audit and secure the smart contracts. And you've said it to me before, Mark, that smart contracts are really like hardware. You have to ship them perfectly. And I always thought that was the most perfect analogy.
That's a great analogy.
You can't just
I've never heard that,
because you have to recall it otherwise. So you can't recall it because.
Yeah, I think, and I appreciate you bringing that up. I think like for the security side for us, we I think we're in a really tough spot in security because you get a private audit, right? And they're super expensive. Like there's no way around that. And the problem after a private audit is that you're not guaranteed to be safe, right? So our approach is a little bit different. We believe in kind of like the multi-phased audit approach, where you get a private audit first, and then once you've had that private audit, you then go through our contest platform, CodeHawks, and you have a competitive audit essentially, where we have all of the community auditors come in and try and break the code base that the Cypher and lead security researchers have done. And the reason I kind of brought up the cost is because there's a lot of chains out there who are doing great work in terms of like ZK Sync, Arbitrum, Optimism, Base, in actually supporting protocols who need this additional funding for security. So it's like we see security as a joint effort across the ecosystem. We don't see it as a zero-sum game, right? So we don't see it as there's going to be one winner in the security space. We don't think that Cypher and audits can cover all security. It's just not feasibly possible. So we want to be as collaborative as possible as well with all of the other security firms. Open Zeppelin do fantastic work, Trail of Bits, Guardian Audits, Hashlock, and we want to have this collaboration. And this is something that you'll see a lot more of on our roadmap in 2025. The fact that we're not just having Cypherin, we'll be partnering up with a lot of other top tier private audit firms in order to make sure that everyone gets the coverage that they deserve.
So I'm going to bring up the elephant in the room. Elephant in the room is AI. Okay. It's a gift and a curse for a company like yours. It's a gift and a curse, right? It can use and for end users or companies leveraging Cypher. As far as you talk about audits and stuff like that, can bring the cost down and everything. How are you guys integrating or working in a way to, I don't know, not be AI proof, but I guess integrated in a way that you can leverage it and help the company scale?
Yeah. So I think the AI question is one that comes up a lot, right? To elucidate on this, I don't think we're there yet with AI, but it will inevitably get to a point where, it will scale and make things cheaper and more cost effective. So we have a number of tools which we're developing at the moment. I can't kind of, give the upfront.
But you're working on it. That's all I want to know.
Something we're thinking about.
Okay.
With regards to like security researchers and our security researchers in particular, they're using it as a tool for support, right? And but it's at this stage, it's not taking over anytime soon. But we are using it obviously as a tool for support, like we would anything, right? Because more support that our lead security researchers can use, the better. But in terms of security audits, it's not really there yet.
Okay.
Where do people go if they're interested in a security and they, because it's a great way if you're a noob to learn about security, to then also earn a few extra bucks doing these competitive audits, compete against other. When we first used CodeHawks, I was amazed. We had like 250 researchers trying to break us. And it's just sensational. It was such a good experience.
Yeah. So I think for developers, the best place to start is on Cypher and Updraft, right? So if you're interested in becoming a security researcher, you can take our security researcher courses. And then on our CodeHawks platform, which is our competitive audit platform, you can take something called a first flight. So this is very much just sort of like an entry into competitive audits. It's a place where you can learn. And then once you've learned on first flights, then you can use the contest page where the prize pool, they go up to sort of like our recent ZK Sync contest was up to $500,000, and they can actually put their skills to the test. We had a really interesting, story the other day, which we're super proud of. We got a message from somebody who a year ago was a taxi driver, and they had taken our security courses. They done it all. They'd gone through, they'd taken our first flights, and then they ended up coming, I believe, second in an audit contest. Actually wasn't on our platform, was on another audit platform. So shout out to the other audit platform. And they came second in that contest, and they won X number of thousands of dollars. And then they've competed on ours recently and done the same. So that's for us, that is the perfect story of somebody, just deciding they're going to go all in and learn and become a security researcher. So the resources I would suggest checking out is Siphon Updraft, learn as much as you can, and then use all of the other competitive audit platforms to hone your skills and go and win some money and make the ecosystem a safer place. And that's our overall goal.
Awesome, Mark. Thank you very much for joining International DeFi Day.
Thank you for having me.
A cork, blow up a balloon, whatever you do to celebrate. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure. And I also want a final thing to say, obviously, Josh, we love the work that TheStandard is doing, and we're a huge advocate for TheStandard. So, and the Chainlink Build program in general. So, have a lovely day, everyone, and thank you very much for having me.
Thanks, Mark. Awesome.
Thank you.
Well, there he goes. What a man. What a guy. Up next, we have GMX, one of the big titans in the space. Yeah. We're going to bring him up here. It just has to, unfortunately, the thing is, because he doesn't want to, there's no video on this, and somehow it doesn't come up. Maybe I've got another. Do you know if Crypto Blood, if people can come up without video?
Not that I know of.
Yeah.
No.
It's so bad.
Restream. I don't think so.
Yeah. Jonas, if you or GMX, if you stick a little sticker over your camera or something like that, and then turn it on, then you can pop up. Otherwise, I don't think I can bring you up. Unfortunately, I've turned you on. So as soon as you turn your camera, it'll pop up on screen here. But
so what do you think about so far, Josh?
Man,
companies that have come up.
You know, the projects that are launching, what I'm finding interesting is that they don't launch tokens straight up. They wait for users to actually.
It shows me they're serious about their product and service.
All right. Well, before because we've got a time to chat more about that later, but right now we've got Jonesy from GMX. Welcome to International DeFi Day. Jonesy, how are you going? Can't hear anything. You there? Hello. Well, what about you, Blood, then, while we wait for GMX to sort out the mic?
Yeah, that's been the theme. The thing that sticks out for me, Josh, is everyone is truly working on and believing it. So if you don't have a way to financially capitalize on your idea initially, it shows me that there's definitely some belief in your service, in your product. So it's just great to see that. It's refreshing to see that in this space, because I think that's we get a bad rap in blockchain and in Web3 for just being degenerates, just looking for profit. And so it's great to see all of these projects really working with their heads down to make the whole entire ecosystem better for everyone. And if you can do that, I think you'll lead your way to profitability and revenue and all that good stuff. So I'm excited.
What I find crazy, Blooded, is that the regulatory frameworks that have built up around the industry are so bad that real projects can actually not have a token, but some crappy meme can.
Yes,
terrible.
Yes. Maybe that's changing with our new president dropping a meme coin right before getting into office. So, round of applause. Maybe that's going to change the whole landscape for America, at least.
Absolutely.
He's setting the standard. No pun intended, Josh.
I know.
I think Jonesy, I think we have video now, but we don't have any audio from Jonesy.
No, still not there.
Okay.
But yeah, it's
You want to go to Merkl?
we
next,
can go
or
we can go to Merkl. Yep, let's
maybe
go.
come back to GMX.
Yeah.
Really want to hear from GMX. They have.
Oh, yeah, I'd love to hear from GMX. They've honestly, they've done so good in the space. They've really brought up the lifted the game in terms of leverage. Merkl just dropped off as well. They were there a second ago and they dropped back out. You know, this is the thing with doing it live. With so many people, it does get a little bit tricky on the back end here. We are a very small team. We've got shout out to George as well, who organized all of this.
Yeah, George, Pap, thanks, man.
Yeah, he's doing well. But yeah, that about the regulation wise, that these serious projects that are really building infrastructure, really putting hard work, are scared to launch a token to help them either fund the space or whatever. Yet these meme coins can just launch anything on pump.fun and let's go, you know. I just saying, like, man,
I don't know, maybe it's just the nature of the whole thing, because I mean, you look at here in the States, I can do an apples to apples comparison to, you know, our right to bear arms. And in many states we, you know, well, in most states we can bear arms, but in many states we have to have a license to bear arms. And so we go through so many more loops and things we can't do, where we can't carry and everything. But the criminal, they just they can just get away with doing whatever they want. So
yeah,
it's asymmetrical for sure.
It is. All right, let's bring up Pablo from Merkl.
Hey guys, how are you doing? Can you hear me well?
I can. Oh, look at that. It works with just audio. Fantastic.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, okay. If you want, I had issues with my microphone and with my network. So like, sorry for not putting the camera, guys.
No worries. I didn't even think that was possible without the camera. So GMX, if you're listening, join back up and just turn your mic on, and we should be able to go. Yeah, man, how are you?
Great. It's been but I guess like I'm not playing it originally, right? Like when saying it's been a busy day and busy start of the year for us. Been cooking a lot of different things across at Merkl, and we are glad to be here today. Like, thanks for having us, guys.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, let's that's a good idea. I'll bring up your site. Thanks, Blood, for that. That's a great idea. But maybe you've got a question for Merkl. Maybe Pablo, you could drop just to what Merkl is for the audience first up.
I'd be happy to do this. Yeah, Merkl, it's basically a service, a tool you can use if you're a protocol, a DAO, a chain, to run your incentive programs. We are an infrastructure provider, and we help people keep loyal users and attract liquidity towards their protocol by giving them the tools to track activities on-chain activities on their protocols, and accordingly reward their users based on their on-chain activities. So you can kind of view us as a liquidity mining as a service or points as a service type of solution.
Nice.
We have distributed close to 100 million worth of incentives from our partners over the year, last year. Lots of different protocols, chains that we support, and lots of new use cases that we are onboarding as well within Merkl.
Awesome. I'm just trying to run that. So for those that still don't understand, it's very, very basic. We use Merkl over at TheStandard to distribute and to incentivize certain pools by dropping USDC. We also do ARB, and now we're just going to start doing TST on the USDC pool. So if you add to that pool, you can start earning rewards. And the cool thing about Merkl and the difference that I saw is that it's because you Merklize this tree, you keep track of the rewards. There's the big problem that most staking pools have is that it's very fluid. Sometimes one day you might have certain amount of rewards, and sometimes you might not because other people come in and then claim before you. Whereas Merkl, because
you don't lose your rewards. You cannot lose your rewards, and the cool thing is that it's non-custodial. Like I think we should decorrelate, and people in DeFi should decorrelate what is core to the protocol and what is important but not core. And a lot of gas and so much time has been lost by asking people to like stake their tokens to receive additional rewards. Merkl is fully non-custodial. Like when you interact with Merkl, you're not taking any smart contract risk. You are just like living your life as if Merkl didn't exist, and like providing liquidity wherever. And Merkl monitors, Merkl views everything, and will reward you. And if there is there cannot be an issue of someone claiming before you, like making you depriving you from the rewards you have earned. This cannot happen with Merkl.
Yeah, it's awesome. So you can go to Merkl.Angle Money. It's it was put together by the team behind Angle Money. That is also a really fantastic project. Launched the A Euro and the AUSD, if I'm not.
Yeah, Euro A and USDA.
Yeah, USDA and Euro A, and so when you guys launched this, was it for yourself or did you see a gap in the market there?
No, it was for ourselves. Like it's purely like serendipitous type of system we developed. We needed solutions to incentivize liquidity, like concentrated liquidity around our stablecoin. We wanted to have pools on UniV3 with incentives for liquidity providers, and it worked. And we didn't have like good tools at the time, so we built a solution in-house. We realized it worked really well for us, so we decided to generalize it so anyone could use it. But we've been quite lucky, I guess, in our developments around Merkl.
Yeah,
like to grow from like this side project we had to have it like something that is used by a lot of different protocols in DeFi.
Yeah, fantastic. And in terms of the amount of money that people can make, what are the big rewards that you've seen over the period? Have you seen some like crazy rewards when people launch chains?
We've distributed approximately more than $100 million worth of incentives. So this is $100 million in rewards sent to LPs to addresses, and there are addresses which made literally millions by being smart on Merkl and farming there. I mean, these were people who already had a lot of capital they could use, but there are addresses which made a lot with this. And I'm always impressed to see like the amount of smart capital in DeFi, like people seeing whenever there is an incentive, then boom, taking advantage of this. Like money flows and people understand how it goes. So whenever there is money to be made somewhere, like people would flow in. I'm not saying that markets are like super like perfectly efficient in DeFi. There are still a ton of inefficiencies, and that's why we do have like hedge funds, market makers and stuff. But when it comes to farming rewards, it could be made more efficient, but there are still some people who bring a lot of efficiency and who farm when it's farmable.
Yeah, nice. So good. Blood.
Oh no, I don't have any questions. That's excellent, man.
Yeah, it really is. And what's good about it is that it helps people earn money because they're adding liquidity to the space. And liquidity, specifically with all these different chains, it starts to get really thin. Like, where is the liquidity? Which chain? Yeah, that's the problem. You start getting more and more of these chains, and of course, imagine if there was just one chain, if it was just all on Ethereum, well, there'd be so much liquidity because it would be right there. But now we have hundreds of different chains, and so it starts to get spread really thin. So Merkl really allows you to say, hey, come here, because this is where the major rewards are.
Yeah, and our goal, like, it's cool for users, but I think it's mostly cool for teams which are running incentive campaigns. When you're a project, a protocol, you're launching your like DeFi system, it's like not core. It's important. It's important to be able to reward your users, have loyalty mechanisms, but it's not core. And usually in the Web2 world, this ends up being delegated because like teams prefer to focus on what's their unique differentiator element. They prefer to focus on their core product. And Merkl is about this. Like it's about freeing some development time for protocols to focus on what they do best, like building their unfair unique advantage. They do this while we handle the rest. Like we take care. Like they don't need to build a front end. They don't need to like compute APRs, TVLs, like all this complex stuff. I mean, not complex, but it depends on the various levels of complexity here. But they don't need to invest time doing so because Merkl can handle this. And so I believe like we can provide quite some we can enable you to save quite a lot of dev time, so you can focus on building a unique advantage.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining International DeFi Day from where you are in the world. I'm guessing it's in France.
Yeah, my accent betrays myself all the time. Thanks for having us.
The accent. Yeah, wonderful.
Thank you for joining.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. Bye-bye.
There we have it. There's so many cool things. Which project perks your ears there, Blood?
I'm hearing a lot about Hydronet. A lot of people excited about that app.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I think that's coming up on the list. I'm looking forward to hearing from those guys.
It is absolutely. All right, we've got Jonesy from GMX. Can you say something? Let's see if it works. Say hi. Still can't hear anything from you there, GMX. I have brought you up, so if your microphone works, then it should just work. In the chat, well, it's one of these things, isn't it? Technical issues with third-party apps like Restream. It is unfortunate. But
hey guys, my last attempt. Are you hearing me now?
There he is. You made
there
it.
we go.
All good. Man, happy International DeFi Day to you. How do you say the name? Jonesy?
Just Jonesy works.
Jonesy. Sounds good to me. It's very Australian. Jonesy.
Yeah, it's a bit easier to pronounce that way.
Excellent. Hey, obviously most people should know GMX by now. If you don't, get out from under that rock. But if you have been under a rock, what is GMX?
Yeah, good question. And I'm glad I could finally come up to elucidate all that a little bit. So I'm Jonesy, comms coordinator for GMX. What is GMX? GMX is one of the long-standing on-chain perpetuals exchanges. Basically, a high-performance on-chain exchange, perpetual swaps as well as spot. We're live on Arbitrum, live on Avalanche, and will soon be available multi-chain from a lot of different EVM blockchains. But we'll talk a little bit more about that later. So you can use GMX basically to do permissionless trading, trade with leverage, 60 plus top crypto assets, pretty deep liquid markets. And a lot of people are enjoying that. There's a clear product market fit. We get between 5,000 to 10,000 users returning every week. So that's a very substantial user base, a very deep liquidity. The protocol is done around 260 billion in volume, and weekly volume is around 3 billion. So we're doing very good numbers, and it's really good to see that people enjoy the trading experience.
Yeah, awesome. For those that don't know what perps are as well, I mean, I kind of explain it like rather than, if you think Bitcoin's going to go up, rather than buying Bitcoin, you just put a bet on Bitcoin going up to a certain price or going down, and you have collateral locked up that can basically be used to fulfill that promise to buy. I mean, how do you explain it? I guess you would explain it a lot better than I.
Yeah, I mean, you can get very technical, but in a nutshell, that is exactly what it is. I mean, you can basically trade spot on GMX, but it is more focused on trading perpetual futures, specifically perpetual swaps, so futures without a certain set duration, which basically means you can speculate on the price of various crypto tokens and borrow funds to do that speculation with. That's how leverage is applied. So you put up some collateral, you borrow funds from the pool to get extra sort of amplification of your buying power, and can trade a bigger position because of that. And it comes with certain risks, so you have to manage your collateral, your liquidation levels, etc. So it's sort of advanced crypto trading for the more degen or the more institutional trader who knows what he's doing. But when you fit in that target audience, then GMX is a very good choice because of its intuitive interface and long-standing existence, very battle tested, very robust security. So, and that's what ultimately the aim is, offering that optimized, intuitive, lightning fast on-chain trading experience for users.
On-chain, that's what blows me away. Blood, what do you reckon?
Yes. So, Josh, this is our first project that has a token. Not only one token, they have four. They have 4 tokens. A round of applause.
Yeah.
But there's a reason. There's a reason for it. There's a product fit for these tokens. Can you explain your protocol token ecosystem? Because it's
For
neat.
sure. Now there is a very good reason for there being various tokens. I mean, GMX, the eponymous GMX token is basically the governance and utility token, and users can stake that to get a good slice of the revenue the protocol generates. That part's quite simple. The 3 other tokens that you see are all liquidity tokens. GLP was the original GMX V1 liquidity token. People who were there back in the days around DeFi summer and the year after may recall GLP. It was quite popular, highly adopted. Was one of the first sort of index crypto products that allow you to have exposure to the crypto market and at the same time be half in stablecoins and earn a very good yield on that position. So it was one of the early sort of excellent LP products that got a lot of traction. But GLP came with a few downsides as well, and the GM and the GLV tokens from GMX V2 tried to remedy those downsides, try to further improve upon the liquidity experience, make it easier to list additional markets on GMX. So whereas GLP could only support 5 markets, now with the GM pools, which are isolated pools, we have somewhere upwards of 60 different markets that you can trade, and most of those are very deep liquidity. And GLV is sort of the optimized version of GLP. GLV, again, is like a sort of crypto index token, basically a vault that contains various GM tokens. So it contains various of these GMX liquidity tokens. And what makes it special is that it automatically allocates the liquidity in that vault to the highest performant GM markets. So whichever market on the exchange gets a lot of utilization, gets a lot of demand from traders, GLV will dynamically route liquidity there to make sure that traders have access to the liquidity that they want.
Nice. Look at that Trump at the top there, Josh.
Trump
a lot of demand for it.
Listed just a little over a week ago, along with Melania, and certainly got a lot of traction. Yeah, did a lot of good volume, and people love to trade the latest meme coins, of course.
Absolutely. This is very neat.
Yeah, I when I first saw GMX, I just couldn't believe that we can now do such fast on-chain trading. For me, it's such a mind-blowing thing to see that we don't just have to do these sort of real-time trading experiences on a centralized server. Amazing.
No, I think that's absolutely right. I mean, the DEX space has come a long, long way, and people sometimes underestimate that. But DeFi has come such a long way. A lot of the things that set centralized exchanges apart from DEXs just a year or two ago now no longer exist. You know, you have that same deep liquidity on decentralized exchanges. Just an hour ago, there was somebody putting on a 50 million USD ETH short on GMX. We're talking massive positions, very deep liquidity. Execution speeds have tremendously increased, whether it's Arbitrum's own execution speed, which is under a second, the fees, which are around 10 cents or less, the execution speed of GMX itself, where we've put a lot of effort into optimizing the DApp, have come down tremendously. So everything feels more seamless, more streamlined, it's fluent, and it's getting ever closer to that centralized exchange trading experience. Of course, that's what we're trying to agree.
Yeah, what are the stats on your market saturation, or you know, like how are you guys growing as far as the trend of taking more volume, more trading volume, I should say, away from centralized exchanges? Is that in an upward trajectory, or I'm assuming it is, but like what is the pace of growth from year to year?
Long term, that trend is generally positive. We do see the DeFi space take ever more share from the centralized exchange space, which is of course a slow year-long process. And when GMX launched 3 years ago, it was one of the pioneers, one of the front runners. Because of its success, it spawned a tremendous amount of imitators, competitors, cheap forks, as well as other DEXs that did a good job trying to innovate. Over the last years, we've seen a bunch of those. Hyperliquid has gotten a lot of traction lately. I think the main difference there is that they've done a great job in nibbling on the segment from centralized exchanges, you know, drawing users away from that space. The reality is that they're still on their own isolated L1. GMX has always focused on building on public blockchains, being entirely transparent, open source, and that's really the unique selling point of GMX. It's fully permissionless. You don't have to deposit. You trade straight from your own personal wallet. It's all intuitive and quite robust in that sense. And that, I think, is ultimately the aim. GMX wants to offer that optimized on-chain trading experience across any prominent EVM blockchain. So in a few months from now, you can imagine smoothly trading on GMX from Base or from Barachain or from Sonic or ZK Sync or whatever EVM chain you're enthusiastic about. Access to the current GMX deployments will be made very easy. And once we're there, I think we can safely say that GMX is building out a finance ecosystem. We're talking about foundational trading and liquidity infrastructure for public blockchains. And that's the entire EVM space. And before the GMX multi-chain launches, we're talking about the launch of GMX Solana in just a matter of mere weeks. Now I know that Solana's come up a few times already. Everybody's enthusiastic about Solana as the leading sort of Ethereum competitor. GMX had the same feeling. We had some amazing people from the community step up, port GMX to the Solana ecosystem, writing it entirely from scratch in a different code.
Wow.
A ton of work, ton of audits. You need the same robust security processes, and it's on the verge of launching. So that's something we're super excited about. And I think that once
that's going to be huge
Solana
because your fees are going to come down greatly
as well.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the reality is, fees nowadays on Arbitrum are quite similar to Solana. On Solana it's a few cents. On Arbitrum it may be 5 or 10 cents. If you're a serious trader, it's pretty much the same thing. Avalanche, which a lot of people didn't really pick up on, but Avalanche had its major upgrade with Avalanche 9000, is now also doing fees at around 2-3 cents per transaction. So again, super low level. A lot of the advantages that Solana had, there are a bunch of EVM chains that can rival those. And I think that with GMX being available on all those main EVM chains, as well as being being accessible on Solana for users there, which is of course a very large user community, doesn't have a lot of overlap with some of the EVM communities. So we're making sure that we cater to all those audiences and make this excellent trading and liquidity infrastructure available to everybody.
That's great. No, that's
really important stuff. You heard it here first, folks. over on Solana. Well, I don't know if it was first, but it was pretty. Like I'm just amazed that that is happening so quickly, because it isn't easy to port. Like specifically, you have to start then, really incentivizing liquidity and all of the rest of the stuff. So it's not something you just do. You need to really plan it out.
For sure, and I mean, a lot of thought has gone into that. There's a system set up where it's basically launching along with a system that is a sort of trade to earn the GT token, which will power GMX Solana, give early users incentives to commit, trade, become stakeholders in the protocol, and thereby get that flywheel going. It's too technical to take a deep dive into that now in a few minutes that we have, but rest assured, for those people who want to be early to GMX Solana and want to be able to profit from what's going to be possible there, it's very much worth checking out the GMX Solana Telegram group or their recent Medium article in which they announce the exact details of this. I think that's an area where it really has gone under the radar, and I think early adopters of GMX Solana are going to tremendously profit from that.
Yeah, great, wonderful. Thank you so much for joining, Jonesy. It's always good. If people want to find out more, I'm guessing that Telegram is the way to go.
Yeah, Telegram and Discord community is where we always welcome users. If you just want to experiment with trading, then just go to app.gmx.io. It should be self-explanatory. You just connect whatever your personal private wallet is, and you're good to go.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much for joining.
Thanks, Jonesy.
Yeah.
Glad I managed to in the end, and really appreciate the opportunity. Have a great session, guys. I know you still have a little way
we're
to go.
halfway there, I think, pretty much, sort of, kind of.
Yeah.
All right, there he goes, a champion in the space as well.
Yeah,
Blood,
for sure.
man. Up next, we have Balancer. Balancer is just a titan in the space as well. Really innovator in terms of dexes.
Yes.
So I'll bring Lipman up from Balancer. Lipman, are you there?
What's up, guys? What's up? How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Sure can. Man, I think when I first delved away from being totally just Bitcoin, I thought, Ethereum, everyone keeps going on and on and on about it. Let's have a look. And Balancer was one of the first things that really blew my mind, because the way that you guys, DEXs in general, because the cypherpunk dream was always, hey, hold your own private keys. We don't need these centralized authorities anymore. And what I didn't like about the maxi space was like, no one else, everything else is every other chain is a scam. And hold your own private keys. Don't keep them. And I was like, well, how do you, surely.
Mutually exclusive. They don't have to be. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's balance this out. And Balancer was one of the very, very early, if not, correct me if I'm wrong here, was it Balancer before Uniswap?
Back in 2020. Yeah, back in 2020. Yep.
Yeah. Amazing. So for those that don't know, Balancer,
a far cry from the old days of Ether Delta, I tell you that much.
We still look at those days fondly.
Yeah. So what's new with Balancer, or what's old for those that don't know Balancer, because maybe they've just still been under that rock for a while?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. So just a bit of quick context about me. I help with BD at Balancer. I've been doing so since last January, kind of full-time in the space since early 21. But a lot of the credit building and foundational stuff that you're referring to, Josh, predates me by a couple of years. So I certainly can't take credit for that. For those that aren't familiar with Balancer, in a nutshell, what Balancer is it's a decentralized AMM. Originally, it's built on Ethereum, but it has a presence on multiple chains now. What it's most known for, and as we talked about earlier, right, it launched in kind of DeFi summer 2020, but it's known for its weighted pools, and so that enables liquidity in token pairs where you can have, say, 80% of one token and 20% of another. It was also one of the first AMMs that enabled kind of multiple tokens within a pool. I think the initial version, like V1, had up to 8 tokens, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe even more than that. Maybe it's 16 actually. But us, along with Curve, are known for our stable swaps. So those are pools that contain tokens that are meant to trade more one-to-one with each other. And as of today, we have about a little over a billion of TVL, are integrated with like all of the major aggregators, of course. Typically on any given day have over $100 million of volume coming through our pools. And as Josh alluded to, have become one of the kind of foundational layers of DeFi with a bunch of different integrations. And one of the things that's maybe most interesting about Balancer as well is it really is kind of that infrastructure layer for AMMs and other builders. And so I know you guys had Quant AMM on earlier, but they're a great example of another team that's actually building on top of Balancer. Because the benefit that you have is you don't have to, I'm sure the Quant AMM guys talked about this. I had a conflict, so wasn't able to be here for their presentation, but they don't have to start from scratch, right? They don't have to build their own AMM logic. They don't have to think about kind of, integrations with different aggregate, all the different things you have to do if you're just going to go build out your own decks. They don't have to do that. They can think about the innovative, new features that they want to build on top. And so there's a bunch of different examples like Gyroscope and others of teams that are built on top of Balancer. Do you want me to jump into some of the stuff that's new?
Man, I know that's what everyone wants, the new stuff.
We want the new stuff.
Yeah. Well, so I actually have this. I can talk through it, but I have a slide or two if you want me to screen share. Let's see. Sure. Here. How do I do that? Let's go here. Yeah. So.
1 second, I'll just get you up.
Let me know when you're. Yeah, you do that. I can give a voiceover here as you're getting it up on the screen. So Balancer V3 launched in December, mid-December, right before the holidays. A lot of really interesting things coming with V3. Since I only have 10 minutes in this slot, what I thought I could do is just emphasize one of the key features that we launched with. And maybe explain kind of what it is and how it works to the audience here. But what V3 includes is what we call boosted pools. And boosted pools is another way of saying the ability for liquidity inside of Balancer pools to be redeposited into lending markets. So Aave or Morpho, for example. We have other integrations coming with Euler and Gearbox and several other lending markets too. But out of the box right now, we have Aave and Morpho. And so basically what this screen shows, guys, is an example of kind of how this user flow would work. And so you as a user, you'd come in and let's just take an Aave boosted pool as an example. And let's say that it's the USDC, USDT pool on Balancer, okay? So you come in and you LP USDC and USDT. Of course, you're earning swap fees like you would on any volume to that pool. So that's normal, no difference there. What is different is that USDC and USDT is then being sent or deposited to Aave. And you as an LP in the Balancer pool are getting the benefit of a USDC and a USDT yield. So before, you were LPing USDC, USDT, you're getting no yield, right? Because those are not yield-bearing stablecoins. Now, however, with a boosted pool, I haven't looked today, but let's call each one of those getting somewhere between 8 to 12% supply yield on Aave. So your position inside of that Balancer boosted pool is getting swap fees and call it 10% yield. So it's a really interesting kind of integrational layer between, say, a DEX like Balancer, and we're the only ones that has this capability, as well as potential partner protocols who say are trying to build out liquidity for lending on different lending markets. So CoinShift is a good example, right? They you can actually look on our boosted pool page, which I can show you, but whether it be Wrapped ETH or Wrapped Staked ETH or Gauntlet building out their USDC liquidity for their Morpho vault, so on and so forth. It's a great opportunity for different protocols to partner with us and build out liquidity for lending, but then also for the lending protocol to build out supply, right? So you kind of get to hit 2 or 3 birds with a single stone. And so this just rolled out last month, like I said, on Mainnet and Gnosis. This week and into next week, we're rolling out on Base and Arbitrum. And then in the next couple of weeks, we'll be live on OP Mainnet with other chains forthcoming.
Fantastic. I really love it. One of the things we worked very hard on at TheStandard was our contracts being able to add our users' collateral to different pools. I mean, this is on Uniswap, but what I love about the DeFi space is that contracts can talk with other contracts. And so it's not just user to contract, but contract to contract. And that sounds like what you guys are doing now with Aave, and basically leveraging up the Aave stablecoins to then people can actually use that liquidity twice, and that's just stunning. I love that sort of stuff.
Yeah, you nailed it. I mean, we've got a USDT, USDC boosted on right now with an Aave integration, and it's getting 28% yield, for example, through the supply yield, swap fees, and extra BAL and Aura rewards.
Yeah, amazing. Well, thank you so much. If people want to keep up with what you guys are doing at Balancer, where do they go?
Our Discord's the best place. So balancer.fi is the URL to the main website. And then, of course, there's a link to Discord there. You can follow Balancer on Twitter. If you have any questions that you'd like to ask me specifically, I'm Lipman ETH on Twitter.
Yeah, awesome. Hey, Lipman, thank you so much for joining us. It's really a pleasure to have such outstanding protocols come and join us for this very important event, where it's really protocols like you guys and everyone else that's been on the stream and going to be on the stream that makes this space. It's what makes us all happy to see functions that were centralized, intransparent, totally opaque programs or institutions, bringing them on chain transparently, open source, wonderful stuff. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Well, Blood, man, it's
Balancer's legendary. No, they're the big man. I remember when they came out during the whole DeFi boom, and their concept really revolutionized and really fast tracked a lot of what you see today. Like a lot of people have to give credit to Balancer.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, for sure. All right, we have up next. Everyone's been waiting for as well.
Everyone's been waiting. They got all their hype men in the chat room right now.
All right, Hydronet, are you there? Joe, there we go. We'll bring you up.
Yeah, I hope you can hear me. Can you also bring up these Fede Palmer? He's like the second speaker.
Which what's his name on here?
Fede Palmer.
Okay. Oh yeah, there he is. Yep. Gotcha. Fede, are you there?
Hi everyone, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Great.
Welcome.
Thank you.
All right. For those that don't know Hydronet, what is it? give us climb me up to the 10-meter jumping board at this pool and throw me in.
Yeah, I'll do our best in the next 10 minutes. Yeah, hello everyone. Thanks for the invitation. I'm Tor from Hydronet. Today I'm joined by Fede, our main backend developer and basically the mastermind. But yeah, Fede, please give a short introduction about your own.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Federico from Italy. And as you already mentioned, I'm one of the backend developers for the Hydronet project. And me and the other developers cooperated at designing, building, and developing all the logic, the protocols, and the infrastructure behind our main product, that is the Hydronet decentralized exchange. So Joe can give you a short introduction about what our project is about, and then maybe if we have time, we can showcase you with a short demo to show you what we achieved so far.
Yeah, exactly. So what is actually the problem? What is the problem we want to solve? And yeah, I need to dig in a bit deeper, but basically Hydronet started with the vision of creating a trading platform with the same capabilities of a popular centralized exchanges like Binance, FTX, but in a completely decentralized and trustless manner. The truth is that close to 90, recently 85% of all crypto trading is taking place in centralized exchanges, which unfortunately, as you've already mentioned, is a bit against the core principle of crypto, like with self-custodial, the Cypherpunk manifesto, stuff like this. And don't get me wrong, I mean, centralized exchanges aren't all bad. The later trade without network or gas fees, instant trade confirmation, that's of course quite convenient. Also, you don't run the risk of being front run by bots scanning the mempool, or you don't have to wait many minutes, you just find out it actually was failing. But there are also huge negative sides. Your privacy by doing KYC, and of course, also you have to give up your custody. I guess the biggest reason shakeout was the FTX scandal, which basically was exchange hacks, which are like happening on a monthly or yearly basis. We have learned that this can end really badly. So this had us thinking, can we inherit decentralized exchange capabilities in the decentralized world while trading nothing but native assets like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, Arbitrum, Chainlink, and so on? The answer is yes, we can. So yeah, what's Hydronet basically doing? Hydronet is building the world's chain DEX. We are bringing speed, the cost efficiency, and the user experience of centralized exchanges to the decentralized and state channel technology. You may know this term from the Lightning Network for Bitcoin, which is like the only more or less existing scaling solution. Also developed our in-house solution, the so-called Li.Fi protocol for EVM and other chains on both fronts. Maybe there's now a bit many tech terms like off-chain isn't that like spread in the DeFi space, I guess. So to bring it down, so what does it mean for the end user? For the users, trading off-chain means gas-free trading, so no blockchain fees when trading off-chain. You have instant confirmations of the trades, because when state channels are set up, the trades will be finalized. And also you can have order book trading, just like as you would have on a centralized exchange. You can set limit orders, you can set market orders, you can set buy and sell ranges of certain prices, like you just know might from Binance or FTX or Maxi, whatever. And also the nice thing we're using, which is the atomic swaps, that you don't need to trust your counterparty or any other intermediary for the trade to go through. Either the trade is successful or not, and then just keep the part of the trade you wanted to do. And I guess one of the biggest unique selling points is the cross-chain swaps. You can do Bitcoin to Ethereum to Arbitrum and more. And our DEX doesn't really care about blockchain borders, and especially Bitcoin, which is the biggest asset we have in crypto. It's quite isolated so far from all the other nice things are going on in the DeFi space with Ethereum and also, of course, Arbitrum and Solana. So I guess, in my opinion, our opinion is really important. And last but not least, given that we are off-chain, you also have kind of a MVV protection, because no sandwich attacks or front running are possible, because the trades are not executed on-chain, they're executed off-chain. So they are not placed in any mempool waiting for blockchain confirmation. And I guess maybe this sounds a lot of tech stuff, and you maybe don't know what this actually look like. So we hope it works. I don't want to jinx it. But Fede is hopefully able to give you a live demo.
Yeah, so can I please share my screen so that I can show you some swaps on our decentralized exchange?
All right, let's do it. Where are you? Where are you? So many little things here. Here we go.
There we go. Okay, thank you. So as you can see, this is our web wallet. We built this, and this is a wallet completely running inside the user's browser, basically. So as you can see, this wallet supports Bitcoin and, in this case, Ethereum assets. So we're just showing 3 assets in the wallet, but the wallet supports virtually any EVM chain also. But for the purpose of this demo, we just enabled Ethereum running on Holesky, so it's a testnet network, and Bitcoin running on Signet. This wallet has all the on-chain capabilities of sending and receiving funds for all the supported chains. But the nice thing is that it also has off-chain capabilities. So we support the Lightning Network on Bitcoin. So we actually got, this was one of our first milestones that we achieved. So we were able to run a full Lightning node completely inside the browser of the user. So without having the user to run any server or any Raspberry Pis or desktop PC running a Lightning node, we were able to just run the Lightning node completely inside the browser of the user. So the user can send and receive off-chain payments through Lightning channels for Bitcoin, and they can also send and receive payments on EVM channels using the Lithium protocol. That is basically a protocol that we built ourselves from scratch, that is very similar to the Lightning Network in the way it works. So it's a payment channel solution that can work on any EVM chain. So we wrote and deployed the smart contracts for the EVM chains. For now, as you can see, we're using it on Holesky for this demo. But the nice thing is that this Lithium protocol is actually blockchain agnostic. So it can also support any other blockchain that has smart contract capabilities, and that is not even EVM compatible. So we might expand the protocol to Solana, for example. So as you can see, I already did set up some channels. So this is a Lightning channel, then it's already balanced. So it has enough can send and can receive capacity. And we also have a channel on Ethereum Holesky with some USDC and some Ethereum in it, so that we can send and receive both of them. So all the payments that are going through these channels are basically instantaneous. So they took milliseconds to finalize, and they are and you don't have, as they are not broadcasted on the blockchain, you don't have to pay any on-chain gas costs or fees. And so
I'm just what? This is amazing. This is truly phenomenal. Just to casually drop this like it ain't no thing is crazy. Like, this is amazing. Wow.
Yeah, thank you. I really hope that we can impress you. But
so
what's
as you can security layer, like in terms of, because you're saying it's off chain, how does the security work?
So the security is actually, the security is inside the protocol themselves. So in case of Bitcoin, I'm pretty sure that you're familiar with the Lightning Network.
Yeah.
So, for example, to open a Lightning channel, you're broadcasting actually an on-chain transaction. So the security layer is basically the layer 1. So, for example, we can see here in the transaction history this channel opening transaction for Bitcoin. And so if you go to the details, we can explore this transaction, and this is just a channel opening transaction on the Bitcoin Signet chain. that was done 3 hours ago when I did set up this wallet. And and regarding Lithium, it's basically the same. So we're using a smart contract that we deployed on Ethereum Oleski, and we just opened the channel with a transaction that is calling. Oops, sorry, I will shrink this a bit. That is just calling a function to open a channel using our contract that we deployed. And so
chat's asking for a swap. Can we see a swap?
Yeah, sure, we can see it. So let's try. So, for example, as already mentioned, we have both the Ethereum and Bitcoin channels set up. So we can try, for example, to sell some ETH for BTC. This will hopefully match some liquidity on our order book if other users did set it up. So let's try to sell some Ethereum for Bitcoin. As you can see, this is basically polling the order book to get the current value. And so let's just click swap, and I'm pretty sure that you will be impressed with the speed of this swap. So let's try it. Confirm swap. Your swap is underway. Your swap is complete, and so your swap was completed in under 2 seconds.
Sorry, I'm just fixing up my chair. I just fell off my chair. Hang on, let me just
crazy.
So we just swapped Ethereum for Bitcoin in under 2 seconds, and we can just see that effectively we did send some Ethereum off-chain using the Lithium protocol and received some Bitcoin off-chain using the Lightning protocol. So this is a cross-chain swap that costed basically 0 fees and was just instantaneous.
That's amazing.
Done
there's a question in the chat room about who covers the fees. Like how?
Okay, so basically, you pay the fees only when you do on-chain transactions. Okay, the blockchain fees. So when you open the channels, then you are paying the regular on-chain fees. But after your funds are inside the channel, then all the payments are basically feeless. You just pay like the smaller routing fee in case the payment has to go through multiple nodes in the path of the Lightning network or of the Lithium network. But that is just basically Satoshis in case of Bitcoin and small units in case of the Lithium protocol. Regarding the exchange fees, the order book provider that is called a hub basically can charge a small fee to allow the trading, so the swap. So he will charge a very small fee, and we collect a small fee from the 2 payments that are going through its node. And so that is the only fee that actually the user are paying basically.
Amazing. Absolutely stunning. So 2025, we're here. It looks like you guys are already so far ahead. Like you guys are living in like 2027 already, but let's see what's happening in 2025 for you guys. What's up next? How do people get involved? Is there a token? Is there what's the plan?
So maybe I can go back to the presentation and so that we can show you the roadmap. And maybe Joe can continue the speech.
I try to take over. I hope my Wi-Fi connection is good enough. Let's see. I will try to talk a bit slower. Nothing is getting lost. I try to answer the questions. So what's next? Our product has been in development for about 1.5 years now, and we are finally in the testing phase. As you can see, what you can see is available to our first 10 testers. And we plan to expand the group in the next days already because the results are so positive, and otherwise we wouldn't have been confident, as you can see. And also we expect sometime mid-2025. Before that, everyone can test it. Right now it's onboarded. Currently, of course, we're working on stabilizing our off-chain swaps and liquidity providing interface, more tests, of course, etc. And after we've hit mainnet and ruled out any shortcomings, we start working towards the decentralization and of our infrastructure and forming the Hydronet network run by the Hydronet community. And there comes the Hydronet holder in through various network roles. From there, of course, the possibilities are basically endless because we're not just creating an off-chain DEX, we're laying the groundwork for a global off-chain payment solution, a routing network with the opportunity every day to get Bitcoin involved, to get the bridges without any smart contracts, which are really like doing basic multi-sig back-end things, and just having native assets exchange via atomic swaps. And in my opinion, our opinion, future light, and you can join this journey, and you can participate in a DAO governance if you're an HDN holder. You can of course participate in the DEX testing, and we expect to have much more guys testing next weeks. And once it's live, you can start trading, become active in the Hydronet network token. The HDN holders will run critical parts of the DEX network, like the matching engine, basically the hubs, and also like some security elements, the watchtowers, and in return they get trading fees for providing these services. And also HDN holders will have reduced trading fees, and we are brainstorming about more features, but we can't spill this yet, but already a lot we're working on, we've planned for. And yeah, that's basically our goals for 2025 and beyond. And I hope you're excited. It's really every time right now with the latest Lithium update, it's really a pleasure to test it, to work with Bitcoin again, because otherwise game of patience. So yeah, really excited to be part of this project, this journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Blood. You know, this chair was expensive, but it broke because I fell off of it watching that demo.
Yeah, this is great, man. And you know, I'm just so I don't know if I had to jump out to come back in, but are you guys where are you with the mobile app, the wallet, in the roadmap? I don't know if I caught that or not.
So it's available on mobile right now. We're also working in a way that in the future we can have it rolled out as like an application you can download quite easily. But there's nothing we work right now with big focus. We just have it in mind. But you can still, like on my iPhone, I can already wake up and do a Bitcoin for Ethereum swap in my bed if I'm up to. So already live and going. Took us some time, but we're there. We're getting there.
Awesome.
Great. So where do people go to join the alpha wait list?
Yeah, I guess, Fide, if you can pull up the next slide, just reach out with the links, I guess, still up. We did the waitlist thing, especially in December, and now just rolling it out. But you can join us on Discord, of course. We are the most active there, I guess. Always on Twitter, but also, of course, on Telegram, Instagram, you name it. There's always at least one or two guys around for the team to help you out with questions to get you in. Yeah. And I'd like to take this chance to thank you, everyone, for inviting you, especially, of course, and also for everyone from the community who joined and who was taking the time and listened to us. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I also want to take a moment to just thank all of our viewers across all the different channels. There are thousands of you across all the different channels on Twitter, on X. Sorry, don't want to dead shame here. On X and everywhere else. It's phenomenal, and thank you so much for all the new subscribers around the place. It's amazing. It's amazing. I couldn't be happier with this outcome.
Yeah, this is great. Rocky start, but you know, persistence. Work through it. Gotta go.
I know. Rocky start as always. So up next we have by the way, hit like, share, subscribe, all that stuff. You know, I gotta say that. I know people I hate hearing it, but gonna say it. I'm gonna say
Gotta
it.
remind people.
Gotta remind people. It's free. We're sponsored by one sponsor, and that's the like button.
There you go.
All right. So yeah, up next we have ParaFi. We're looking for ParaFi if he's joined in the green room here. I can't see him.
I see Danny.
Oh yeah, there he is. Yeah, right. Danny, ParaFi, how are you?
I'm doing great. How about you guys?
Good. Sorry, I couldn't see you there. I wasn't looking at the second name in your thing there. I was just looking at Danny.
All good.
Yeah. Man, tell us, give us the drop down on ParaFi.
Yes, definitely. First of all, thanks for having us. So ParaFi, we actually started building around 2022, and we had an alpha around end of 2023 till Q1 of 2024. Then in 2024, around Q3, we had a beta testnet, and currently we are preparing for our mainnet launch. So ParaFi is a derivative protocol. What we are trying to do is to enhance user experience and also capital efficiency to make sure that users can trade very seamlessly and easily on our protocol. What we are aiming for is also to make sure that the accessibility, it's very, very easy to access the protocol. So we are heavily focusing on account abstraction, which means, for example, we make the possibility for users that are from Web2 easy to access the protocol with their Gmail account, for example, or even log in with other email addresses as well. On top of that, what we also noticed during our research is that unfortunately in DeFi, as we all love it, there's a huge liquidity fragmentation, and therefore we also tackled that with chain abstraction. So whenever on any chain that we are deployed on, make sure that other EVM chains users can directly use their funds and to trade perpetuals on our protocol. So we were very heavily on that. And of course, also what was very important for us is similar as the central exchange experience is to have a very easy on and off ramp. So for example, if a trader, let's say, has a 5x or 10x position on let's say BTC, and he just made some profit, sometimes they want to get their funds straight away. And instead of sending it, for example, to Coinbase or Binance, etc., they could on off ramp directly on the protocol itself. And yeah, on top of that, what we also had a look of is to make sure that users, of course, to have full custody of their tokens. That's also very important for us. And we wanted to avoid the bootstrapping liquidity. So what we did is we partnered with a third-party liquidity provider to make sure that we can open big positions for institutional traders as well. That announcement will be done very shortly before we actually go live. So unable to mention that, but will be very live announced. And I think besides that, as I mentioned, like liquidity fragmentation, it's very hard. So what we also noticed, without name dropping any other perpetual dexes, that you sometimes as a user you just have your funds, let's say on an dex, on an sex, and you would like to use your MetaMask wallet or let's say your Ruby wallet or your Safe wallet, and instead of sending your funds from the SEX directly to your wallet, we thought it would be ideal to have the users directly join the protocol and access the platform by making sure that the available funds on any EVM exchange can be directly utilized for trade. because trading is nearly narrowed down to seconds and fast execution. So making sure that the user doesn't have to have a long journey in order for it to access the capital was very important for us. On the UI itself, we wanted to make it very sleek and easy usable. To make sure that also non-traders and degens can easily access the protocol and are available to trade as well. Yeah, I think that's basically it in terms of the stats that we gathered around our alpha testnet. Is that we were able to get around like 6,700 wallets during that time period of Q3 of 2023 and Q1 2024. We had a trading volume around 480 million. And we are looking forward to soon to launch and to make sure that we can get as much users onboarded as possible. Since that's also the main goal about DeFi, to make sure it's decentralized and also accessible for people that don't have access, for example, in certain regions to an exchange due to where they're located, situated at, depending also on their IP address, there might be some blockage. So that's the main goal behind it, and also to make sure that people have a experience as an on a centralized exchange.
Wow, that really was a deep dive. I got I'm soaked. I'm stoked and I'm soaked.
No, this is great, man. I see you guys have mobile apps, even though those aren't, we're getting away from using mobile apps, but that is something on your roadmap as well.
Correct. Yes, definitely. So what we have planned is after we launch on mainnet, that the following quarters that we focus on also on a mobile application. The reason being is that most traders nowadays, besides trading on the laptop, that they also check their positions, especially if you have leverage and also collateral on board, that you also check your trades during let's say whilst you are in the subway, whilst you are in the Uber, to make sure that you don't get liquidated or to cash in as much gains as possible. And right now the application itself, the protocol, is already mobile optimized, but the next stage will be to make sure that we can get a mobile application similar as like Robinhood, to make sure that we can also grabs to the Web2 users as well, since we as a community want to make sure that we can grow as much as possible and onboard as many people to DeFi.
Awesome. Thank you so much. How do people stay in touch? Where do they go? Where's the token traded? All that juicy stuff.
Yes, definitely. So currently, anyone that would like to get in touch, please follow us at X. I wanted to say Twitter. Same as on Telegram and Discord as well. And once you get there, if you have any questions, please make sure that you ask them. We will be happy and willing to answer. In terms of tokens, there will currently, I would like for users to, and also people that are interested, to focus on the product launch that is soon to happen. And on X, it's OX at ParaFi. And yeah, I think that's basically it. There aren't any further questions from you guys' end.
All right, there we have it. Blood, thank you so much for joining us, Danny.
Yes, thanks a lot, Josh. Thanks also, Crypto Blood. And yeah, it was amazing listening to all the other conversations as well, and also just to see how far DeFi has gone over the few years. And yeah, can't wait to hear the other speakers as well.
It's amazing. It is amazing. And thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of International DeFi Day, Danny. Well, if there's one guest that I really love is, well, it's all of the guests, of course, but one that I just find fantastic, Trader Joe. And they've just recently rebranded to the best rebrand I think I've ever seen, which is from Trader Joe, which obviously had some IP conflicts there, to Let's Fucking Joe. LF. LFJ. Love the rebrand.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it.
Yeah. Welcome, David, to International DeFi Day.
Oh, thank you very much. Yes, excited to be here. Also, we're going to get Uncertain on stage later on. So let me introduce LFJ and what we are doing today and what we've been doing in the past. As you all have heard, we have been known in the past cycle 21 and 22 as Trader Joe, formerly Trader Joe now, and now fully rebranded as LFJ. Let's fucking go. We are a decentralized exchange on Avalanche and Arbitrum. We are the leading decentralized exchange and liquidity hub, and also going to be on Monad on day one in the future. And we've been always working in developing our unique protocol and improve the products we have in the DeFi space. We are DEX people, and they've always innovated in all the products that we love our users to use. I am going to ask now if I can share my screen, as I have a few things I will be wanting to show, and this what you're seeing is the start, but we're going to talk about the future also. So what we have done in the past, a brief recap, besides being the hotspot and the one-stop shop solution, people might have heard that we have developed also Liquidity Book, which Liquidity Book was actually the first concentrated liquidity protocol based on liquidity beans. Now, when people see this interface, they might think, oh, wait, that actually reminds me of Meteora DLMM. Actually, DLMM it's actively inspired by what we have built with Liquidity Book in 2023, and is our novel protocol. So each bean of liquidity is a reserve of liquidity and allows for very concentrated liquidity management, which we have invented and kept innovating over the past years. And this, which was our V2 version, the concentrated liquidity, has now been going to see a V4 that we're going to release as a limit order book that we will release on Monad first. But we have just released in beta our latest product, which is Token Mill. So I'm going to talk about
just quickly before you can you scroll down a bit? This is so extraordinary just to see this. If you scroll down a bit, just to see that spread along the order book that you had just before, you had pretty much
talking about the individual pools.
You had like the left and the right side of the buy and the sell. There. I mean, just seeing that is so extraordinary, because to try to find that on any other DEX is really tricky. Like,
not only we created this type of architecture, we have also created a volatility oracle at the time, which before even Uniswap had any type of mention of volatility oracle, we actually had created this concept of a volatility adjusted protocol that basically when volatility is quite high, it increases dynamically the fee from the base fee to a maximum fee that we cap, so that this way, when there is very high volatility, liquidity providers are compensated to keep providing liquidity in those times where impermanent loss could actually be tricky. So we really thought about this protocol a lot and very hardly. And we created for the world these ideas and made them open source for everyone to read, and are very happy that now they're starting to pick up steam with the Trump coin being deployed on a protocol that was inspired and based on the technology we have invented.
Let's fucking Joe. Fantastic. Keep on going. What you were saying before. Fantastic.
Yes. So just checking that we can now move forward. If I know that there were some nice messages, but let's talk about what we have been building right now as our V3. Everyone started talking in the past year about token launches, and we wanted to make sure that we could build something unique also for the space, which is called Token Mill, which is our own flavor of Launchpad. We had started working on Token Mill way before Pump Fund was actually deployed, but took a lot of time of R&D for us for doing something unique, and we're just releasing beta creation. I want Uncertain, our BD, to present the product. Just checking if he's also in the room.
Yeah, I think I am.
Yes,
you guys hear me?
he's on.
Yep.
All right.
Cool. Yeah, so I mean, I guess just to kind of echo a little bit of the history of LFJ, right? So we started off as a humble fork, and we have since then, developed fully in-house and novel protocols such as, Liquidity Book, and now going into Token Mill. One of the biggest pieces of feedback that we got, as a DEX is, we want to be able to launch a token seamlessly, easily. And sure, there's the way that, like Davide mentioned, the way the Trump coin launched on a DLMM, that is certainly an option. But, in our minds, we wanted to make it simpler. And so just for the comparison purposes, not for anything else, Token Mill is a token launcher and is a bonding curve AMM. So what I mean by that is essentially Pump Fund and Radium combined. So it's a self-sustained protocol, self-sustained DEX. It launches tokens. It also allows for trading of tokens in perpetuity. There is no quote unquote graduation that then relies on a third-party protocol. It is a standalone DEX in its own right. And because trading happens in perpetuity on the bonding curve, that means fees are being generated in perpetuity, and all the tokens launched are fully composable within DeFi. So if just because tokens are able to trade in perpetuity doesn't mean you can't take your tokens, LP them elsewhere, put them up in a borrowing and lending protocol, whatever you see fit, you can do that. But I know, the talk of the town lately on Solana has been, a more community focused, creator focused platform that isn't value extracting fees. And so that's where the community flywheel mechanism of Token Mill comes into play. Users buy token, which then generate fees. Token holders can then stake those tokens and earn all of the fees that are associated with the trading of that token. And then, of course, there comes in the flywheel mechanism. People like to shill their bags, work for their bags. Well, you can stake your token and you can generate fees and ultimately get a share of the pie there. And that's really the punchline of Token Mill, is that this is everyone eats with Token Mill. This is not a value extractive platform. Actually, 80% of all fees go to the creators and how the creator sets up the token. And then there's also a referral fee mechanism built into the protocol where you get a 50% fee share of the protocol fee as well. So anyways, why Token Mill? So stake and earn, kind of touched on that one. That one's kind of self-explanatory. The really unique things that Token Mill offers is that there's no need to manage liquidity ever. There's no need for an LP. You create the token, and then those tokens launch, buy, sell, and ultimately progress along the bonding curve. So that's really kind of the unique standing point of Token Mill, is that you really reduces the needs to manage LPs as well as ultimately build up a liquidity pool. With that, there's also full customization when it comes to the type of bonding curves. Now, we understand that not a lot of people like to go into the depths of what type of bonding curve I should choose, whether it's exponential, power, linear. and what the implications of choosing one over the other is. So, on the UI, now you'll see a very simplified version of, what is a token launch. So preset settings of, one type of bonding curve. But just know that if there's any builders out there who are listening, we are, working on developing a solution more kind of B2B, or people to integrate token mill within their protocols to allow for the customizability that, we envisioned when we created this whole thing. It was just, I want to launch a token. I'm a DeFi nerd. I know what the implications of choosing one type of bonding curve over the other is. I know what my tokenomics are and what fee structure I want at certain points along the curve. That full customizability is an absolute possibility with Token Mill. And that's why, we're so bullish on the product, and that there's truly nothing out there like it today, both for several reasons. One is the true customizability when it comes to creators and launching their tokens, but then all the community flywheel mechanisms that I mentioned earlier, right? So with staking, with the referral programs, and then also one thing that's on the slide here that I forgot to mention was there's a token locker. So there's vesting. So really, this is a one-stop shop from create to trade to vest to stake to just a full life cycle product and a standalone product that can be, used with and enhanced with on other platforms, on DEXs, whatever it may be. But it's a platform built for creators and with creators in the community top of mind. And like Davide said,
we have a question.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
From the chat about what chain are these tokens launched on?
So Token Mill, this product is currently live on Solana and on Avalanche.
Okay.
And has
go
everything
ahead.
been audited? Like the
Yes. Okay. Everything has been audited. Security is always top of mind for us. This was built fully in-house. It's part of the reasons why it took a little bit longer to go to market. This is a novel protocol. This is not a fork of anything. And so with that, we had to go through some pretty strenuous audits to get it to market.
Yeah, I like that, Josh. I like giving the end user the options on bonding types and bonding curve types, and that's great.
Absolutely great. I really like bonding curves because it isn't just renting the liquidity for a minute and then they're gone. It really gives the option for longer liquidity. For those that want to find out more from LFJ, where do they go?
So go to our Twitter account, LFJ_GG. The Token Mill protocol has its own X account, so Token Mill. If there's any questions at all, my DMs are wide open. My Twitter account is the same as the name that's displayed here, so more than happy to direct people in the right direction.
Wow, that's like an open self-flagellation right there.
Oh, it's okay. I'm used to it. Yeah, I'm used to it. That's what BD is all about, right?
Yeah. Excellent.
Token Mill. I'm excited about this Token Mill, man. This is it's looking nice.
It's
I
really
might have to launch something over there.
Yeah, test it out. If there's any feedback, let me know. And I guess my final thought that I wanted to end with is like Davide mentioned, right? So our next iteration in terms of roadmap is our fully on-chain spot order book. That fully on-chain spot order book will be exclusively deploying on Monad. And with the order book, and once Monad mainnet comes, we will be launching our entire product suite on Monad as well. So that includes the DEX, that includes our aggregator of aggregators, that includes Token Mill, and that includes the fully on-chain spot order book.
That is smoking. You guys are out of control. It's wild to see so much. An on-chain
I'm impressed with this one.
It's mind blown. I'm really serious, man. Like some of the talent that we have on this stream, folks. If you're liking the stream, if you're loving the content, please hit that like, share, and subscribe, and all that juicy stuff. LFJ, thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks,
guys, and it's fantastic. Keep up the great work, and have a drink or a beer if you're not into that. Eat a salad for International DeFi Day. It's a great day to be alive and seeing all this fantastic work coming on chain and into DeFi.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Cheers. Blood, man. It's it's I I know it sounds a bit over the top, but really blown away. That the fact that you can have an order book on chain, that the token mill stuff.
Yeah, token mill is great. The customization part is, I think, because we're at the point where the competitive advantage over one over another is so small. There's really no moat. So adding these types of features to the platform will, and again, I know they could go turn around and add as well, but it's just about trying to hit critical mass before your competitor does. And I like that.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah. We have a whole bunch of stuff still to go. Up next, we have Fi.Fi. Bo from Fi.Fi. Are you there? Are you with us?
Yo, guys, I'm here. How's it going?
Good, man. Good. Yeah, I'm onto my third Red Bull here. I haven't drunk Red Bull since a teenager, and I'm doing it because I'm in Australia, and
it's gonna be
I had to get
brutal
up
for
at
you
3 a.m.
later. It's gonna be
Oh,
brutal.
man. Well, good luck. That's crazy.
All right. So, give us the deep dive. Let that bull run at me. I want to see all about FIDE.
Fantastic. Can I share my screen, actually?
Yeah. Sure.
Sweet. Yeah.
If you hit, is that your screen now, Blood?
No,
let me see.
That's mine. Yeah. So
see?
you'll have to share yours.
Can I see this?
Yeah, there you go.
There we go.
All right. Fantastic. Well, look, right. So essentially, FIDE in a nutshell, right? Oh wait, can you still see my screen, or have I just accidentally closed it?
You got rid of it.
Oh man. Okay.
Wrong button.
Wrong button indeed. All right, cool. So all right. So we started off with the goal of helping protocols, treasuries and such, right, in terms of asset management strategies and really coming up with ways to make treasuries sustainable. And that launched the inception of our first product, which was the Liquid Vault, which was actually the page that you were on before. Now, what we discovered along the way was that the best way to actually work with treasuries isn't necessarily to just launch a protocol, right, and say, hey guys, come use our protocol, right? Because every treasury is unique, and every protocol and every project wants a very white glove service. So we ended up working with them on a very one-on-one hand-holding basis to make sure that whether it was structuring asset allocation guidelines or writing investment policy statements, that their treasuries were being structured right in a way that would actually give them the most amount of runway, cash flow, etc. over the long term. Now, as we continue to do that, we ended up working with a lot of DeFi protocols, right? A lot of protocols in general on these things, guys like Merkl, guys like XDeFi, guys like Virtuals, right? So on and so forth. And what we actually realized was that there was a much more kind of pressing and in-demand skill set that we had, which was simulation frameworks. Now, if you think about right how a DeFi protocol gets made, right? If you go into the sausage making machine, there are a lot of components to it that today are very much, let's go with 2% or 10% liquidation thresholds because that sounds like a good number to use, right? But how do you actually calibrate those numbers, right? And how to calibrate them in real time to be able to give you the most amount of revenue and the least amount of risk for each DeFi protocol.
That sounds like the perfect recipe. That's what I want.
Exactly, right? Now, so guys around the place are using this today, right? GMX, for example, right? They have risk oracles, which actually feeds them live information in real time to determine what they should set certain parameters, right? For liquidations, for assets, so on and so forth. Aave, they do this as well, right? They have real live, real-time data feeds that go into, setting the actual APYs, right, for the assets that they list on the platform, as well as constant risk monitoring to determine whether or not the tokens that they've listed on their platform still make sense. So we've taken all of that, right, and we've constructed the fastest simulation engine in the entire crypto space that can solve all of these issues at a fraction of the time that's being done today and at a fraction of the cost, right? So what we actually end up doing is we started from first principles, right, and looked at the simulation frameworks that exist in the space today and say, all right, this is where all the inefficiencies are. This is how we can trim them down completely. And so what can these simulation engines do? Well, they can do everything, right? So starting from agent-based simulation, I mean, you've heard of, the whole rise of the AI agents.
Agent
right?
Smith.
Exactly, Agent Smith indeed. What we can actually do is we can take a protocol, right? Let's call it, Alchemix or like a DYDX, and build agents, even AI agents, that interact with this protocol in such a way that you can actually stress test any scenario that you want. Let's say, for example, you want to simulate exactly what would happen to your protocol, back in 2019 when COVID first broke out and Bitcoin nuked down to 3,000. We can take that, put it on chain, right, and just run and show you exactly what would happen to your protocol at that time, right? What this also means is that, we can simulate protocol interactions at your protocol tied to Aave, tied to DYDX, tied to GMX, tied to and if there are any cascading risks, right? And so if you think about as DeFi protocols get more and more complicated, and as the need for smarter ways to calibrate them come through, this sort of stuff becomes incredibly more, incredibly more pertinent, right? So how did we build crypto's fastest agent-based simulation engine? Right. So high level, we're calling it RACE, right? RACE RS, Rust Agent-Based Chain Emulator. It's a platform for simulating transaction bundles, protocol interactions, user behavior on any EVM-based chain. So one of the main major bottlenecks for node interactions on EVM-based chains is actually overcoming something called the client-server barrier, right? When you submit requests through RPC or any other type. Now, this type of network latency can actually be reduced really quite easily, right? By just placing your requests from the same server that runs your node. So this already, we've cut down on time by quite a bit, right? But it's still quite far from optimal.
Can I quickly just interject? Like, who's the main client for this product?
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing. Is this like a B2B thing or?
Yeah. So any DeFi protocol that exists today can use this product.
Yeah.
Right. So like Aave, GMX, Balancer,
TheStandard.
Yeah.
Yeah, TheStandard, exactly.
I can definitely see how
right?
we would use.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Yeah. No, but actually though, and here, for example, right, like the use case I'm showing right now is arbitrage, right? Is actually finding out arbitrage pathways across 3-4 different decentralized exchanges at once. One of the protocols that we're working with actually right now, their main issue is they're worried that if they create a balancer pool, it's going to mess up the arbitrage flow of their token on chain, right?
Yeah, interesting.
So, right. So now you're getting to the heavy duty, liquidity provision stuff, right? Like now you're diving into the deep end of the pool, right? So instead of actually letting MEV bots farm that arbitrage, what a protocol can do is use RaceRS to build their own arbitrage agent that constantly arbitrages the gap closed, and they make the revenue from it. And our arbitrage bot, because of the way that this engine is compiled, is the fastest in the space, right? So it's beating most of the other arbitrage bots out there to the punch. And if you're a protocol that's providing liquidity on a DEX, right, and you're providing liquidity on like 4 or 5 different DEXs, you can now arbitrage that gap yourself without having to lose that revenue to MEV bots or yield farmers.
Yeah, that's great.
amazing.
And for those that are still are just brand new to DeFi, arbitrage basically when there's 2 different prices on different exchanges and you need to, hey, there's something cheaper over there, the more expensive over here, I can buy it cheap and sell it over there expensive and make that difference. And that is the base layer of how the price stays the same on every exchange.
Exactly, right. And to give you some context around the speeds, right? So providers today, right, like Alchemy, Infura, etc., right? When you run like a node call and then you assemble a few contracts, right? A process that takes them, and these are the leading providers today, right? A process that takes them 1.3 seconds takes us 15 milliseconds.
Nice.
That is 100x faster speeds than what you're seeing in the space today. So if you're simulating any sort of thing in real time, if your protocol is getting attacked, right? If you want to arbitrage like pathways for your DEX liquidity, right? And you want to adjust things in real time, this is the fastest way in the crypto space today to do it.
Excellent. And what about for the end user? I know you guys are more B2B sort of solution.
Exactly.
But for the end user, is there something that's exciting for them if they're listening to this thinking, wow, this is really cool? How do I get involved? Is there some way I can invest in what you're doing or join the team, or is it,
No, of course, man, of course. And I'm super glad that you asked, right? Because right now, where we're at is, obviously we're working with clients one-on-one, right? We just worked with a perp DEX. Right now, we're working with like a top, like an L1 that's in the top 30 by market cap, right? So right now, we're working with like folks one-on-one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where we're going to be later this year is we're actually going to take this and we're going to open source it. We're going to open this up to anyone and everyone. So what that means is that if you're like a retail user, for example, right, you can buy the Fi token. You can come onto this platform and you can burn it for quote unquote like a simulation space, right? Now there will be a few different presets, right, of our bots, of systematic trading strategies, right, that you can deploy right out the gate. But the more sophisticated users will be able to write their own code base on top of this and build entire DeFi products, right, and DeFi ecosystems using this Race RS engine as the foundation for it. And what that means is a much faster and a much more secure DeFi ecosystem, right, where anyone can, measure all of the risks that they're taking without having to guess.
All right. Well, if people want to start reading up on it, where do they go?
Absolutely. So we're actually going through a bit of a rebrand right now on the website, but definitely check out the site, right? You'll see one of our products in action that is built on top of the Race RS engine, which is the Liquid Vaults, our own archetype for kind of a decentralized on-chain portfolio. Also, of course, join our Telegram. Here's our email address, and then of course follow us on Twitter as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us on this amazing day of the year. It happens once a year where we celebrate all things DeFi, all things like this. And I'm looking forward to next year already. How's that?
Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate you guys having us on. It's a blast to hear all the other projects, and it's a cool thing that you guys are doing.
Awesome, man. I appreciate that. Yeah. And for those out there, if you're appreciating us doing this, if you're appreciating me on my third Red Bull after getting up at 3 a.m. to do this, please hit us a like. and a sub and a share and a dance and a wiggle. Whatever you do to support us, do it. We have apparently now we have, let's see, Dinesh is apparently backstage, but I can't see him in here. Yeah, so I'm going to jump forward with the standard, and I'm going to show you what I've been up to, or we've been up to, I should say, over at TheStandard.io. We, for those that don't know, let me share my screen here. All right, let's do it. So the standard is, it started off as an idea of how do we make decentralized stablecoins more decentralized, specifically after Terra Luna collapse. How do we have more how do we give the borrower more flexibility? That's really what it went down to. And how do you back stablecoins truly with rare assets like ETH? So we built the standard on that premise. And so let's walk through it. So I want to create a USDS vault. I hit this. I go through a little bit of a questionnaire here, just so that you know what's going on. If you hit the wrong answer, you get the right answer. So you go through that. It's 3 questions. That's fun. But then once you're in, you get this smart vault here. And what it allows you to do is our smart vault allows you to upload a whole bunch of different collateral types instead of just one. And you can upload those. Like let's say we deposit some ETH. Let's put 0.1 in here, and we sign it with MetaMask. The great thing is you keep full control. Your MetaMask is in control of your smart vault. So now we can see that that's up there. It's made up of ETH. We can also maybe deposit some ARB, max it out. Let's max it out, and then you can see, right, my smart vault is made up of this much ARB and this much ETH, and then I can borrow against it. Currently, there's a global borrow limit because we have to wait for more liquidity to come into the pools. But while I'm waiting for that, I can place my collateral into yield pools, and what that does is it uses the uses gamma strategies to basically start earning a yield on anything I place in there. So if I place this in a yield pool, I can hit next, and I can choose how much I want in a correlated stable pool, which is USDS, USDC, or how much I want in a volatile pool. I like doing 50-50 because volatile pools kind of suck when it turns to earning a yield, because you're earning a yield and suddenly the collateral drops.
Price of the collateral, right?
And in value on the market, and I'm like, that you basically miss out. Even though you're still stacking those fees from the trading fees, that impermanent loss makes it really difficult. Whereas stable pools, you don't get the capital gains maybe of the underlying collateral that you've got, but you get consistent yield. Plus, we're about to start incentivizing the heck out of USDC in this pool. So I'm going to go 50-50, and you hit go, and it's a couple of MetaMask confirmations, and boom, it's done. It's over there. Within about a minute, it'll pop up here, and we can show you that later. But we also have Merkl rewards. So if you have some yield earning in that, and I can show you that in another vault here. This is one I prepared earlier. You can see the different yield pools and how much they're earning. You can have a look here, what they're earning, and check out the graphs and the fun. Here you can see on the USDC, USDS pool, the position growing over 90 days rather than just holding the underlying asset. So it's really awesome. I'm super proud of the team. And the cool thing is, when you borrow, let's say there's $1 to borrow there, so I can chuck that in just to show you. So I borrow a little bit, a buck, borrow a buck. The thing is, as soon as borrowing liquidity comes up, it's gone. Like people, it's so popular, this product, because you're borrowing at 0% interest. There's no interest. So obviously, as soon as there's 50 grand up to be borrowed, it's gone within minutes. So people have to really keep a eagle eye, or stay in the community, and the community lets each other know straight away as soon as there's liquidity up to be borrowed. But yeah, what I was going to say is, even though I've borrowed against this, I can still swap my collateral around. So if let's say, let's go back to the other vault here. Let's say I have some ARB, and I'm thinking, I wouldn't mind some wrapped Bitcoin, because I think Michael Saylor is going to buy a heap next week. And I borrowed against it, so I can't withdraw it, but I can swap it. So I can just go over here and say, you know what, I'm going to put all of that, or half of it. Let's put half of that ARB into wrapped Bitcoin, and boom, our smart contract then talks to Uniswap, does the trade, and comes back. So no custodianship, nobody controls your private keys except for you, and you've got control. So now we've done that swap, and now I'm holding some wrapped Bitcoin. And the other cool thing about the standard, and what we really focused on, is I can send this NFT here is basically your key to your smart vault. So the NFT, you can sell this smart vault with this much collateral, this much debt in there, and whoever buys this NFT then controls this smart vault. So you can send a whole bunch of assets. Let's say there's heaps of assets in here, and in the yield pool, you can actually send all of that in one transaction to somebody else
with an NFT. That's great.
Yeah, it's really cool. In fact, there was a use case a little while ago now, but I thought maybe one of my seed phrases might have been compromised. It was pretty unlikely it was, but because I thought it might have been, I thought I would have to just, on that seed phrase, I had a bunch of different yield positions and this and that and the other. And it took me ages with every other protocol to move. I had to close the positions down. I lost some money closing positions and all this. With the standard, I didn't have to close anything. I didn't have to pay off any debts. I just basically took this NFT and hit this button here and said, send it to this new address. And it took everything in one package and sent it to the new address. And I thought,
is there any other platform that's doing this?
I don't think so. Not that
I have not heard. Yeah, I've never. That's an awesome concept there, man. That needs to be definitely branded and pushed to the forefront. That's awesome.
It's wild, right? And I've always said there's way more use cases for NFTs than just pictures of monkeys. You know,
yeah, PFPs,
yeah, it's really cool. So I'm really stoked. We're about to start incentivizing USDS, USDC pools really strongly with TST through Merkl, who we interviewed just before.
Mm-hmm.
Here, we can claim 0.13 ARB, and every day there's more to be claimed, and there's about to be a bunch of TST that's claimable. And not only that, you can claim the TST and instantly stake it, and you make TST starts attracting all of the fees that are collected across the entire network. So when people do a trade, like the little trade that I just did before, that swap, it uses Uniswap in the back end, but there's a 1% fee on that. A lot of people say, I'd rather pay the 1% fee than pay off my debt, pull out the collateral, and then do the trade. So people are happy to do that, and that 1% gets dropped onto TST stakers, as well as minting fee for debts and stuff like that. There's a bunch of little fees in here, and they all get dropped on. So if you like to collect passive incomes like that, that's a way to do it. And that's the standard in a nutshell. Yeah.
If any project need a round of applause, it'd be the standard.
Hey, thank you so much, Blood. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem, man. We've got some guys lined up here, huh?
We do.
Lenvest.
Everyone's just chomping at the bit to get out of the gates and start running. We have who do we have up next? We've had
Lenvest.
Dinesh Positions. Is Dinesh here? Lenvest. Godleap. Let's see. Here we go, Josh. Hey, Josh, how are you from Lenvest?
Yes.
You're up.
Great.
Yeah.
Thanks, Josh, for hosting this. And Crypto Blood, I've got some stuff for you.
Oh.
Here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah. So Lenvest is also a lending protocol in DeFi, and we're laser focused on intrinsic fi or intrinsic finance, which is deriving the yields from the hard native assets in crypto, not looking at different incentives. So first looking at these yields and where that comes from. So in any context or any market, we're dealing with Aave as the leading DeFi lending platform, and we have to look like what's going on in DeFi, and the number one use case for Ethereum is staking Ethereum, and the number one use case in DeFi lending is leverage staking, which involves lending and borrowing. And so there's, I could actually share my screen for a presentation. Cool. Yep. Okay. Let me know if it's up here.
All right.
Okay, great. So we focus on the highest utilization rates to drive yields, and Lenvest has achieved higher lending rates and lower borrowing rates than Aave. The reason why we're able to do this is because Aave has a surplus of depositors or lenders, and that surplus of lenders, there's almost two times more lenders across Aave than borrowers. That creates a $4.2 billion market inefficiency. And Lenvest is able to capture that spread. So we match liquidity 1-to-1, and that keeps the utilization rate very high. And since we're fixed term loans, it's high utilization over time. And the way we solve for the shortage of borrowers on Aave is providing the lowest borrowing rates compared to Aave. Now, Josh just showed 0% borrowing rates, but we're hyper focused on Aave and winning the lending market in the context of Aave. So we matched the risk management of Aave. We started as a credit score dealing with risk management on DeFi lending protocols, and we're matching the asset pairs on Aave. So Aave's median deposit time is 14 days, and Lenvest believes that longer term loans should get better rates. So Aave's users value liquidity over better rates, meaning being able to deposit or withdraw whenever they'd like, while Lenvest users value better rates over higher liquidity. So if you just want higher lending rates over time, then come to Lenvest, and if you want lower borrowing rates, then come to Lenvest over Aave. So our go-to-market use case is capital-efficient leverage staking. Like I said, ETH's main use case is for staking, and with DeFi, the number one use case is leverage staking, which involves, as you can see here, once you stake your ETH to get staked ETH, you provide the staked ETH as collateral, and then you're able to borrow against that. borrowing it from the lender, and then you stake it again, and it repeats. So with each time you cycle with leverage staking, you're repeating that spread, the 0.7 spread with Aave, and it's much tighter with Lenvest. So with this spread, there's some financial engineering involved, and we introduced something called a collateral lender. So the collateral lender, their role is to prevent liquidations for the borrower, because the longer the term of the loan, the higher the probability of liquidation. We've all seen it. Over time, the price moves up and down more. It's that simple. So, but you need the high borrow lend utilization to achieve the best rates. So if the position becomes under collateralized, the borrowers are able to withdraw the same amount of collateral that they had, and the collateral lenders get the same amount of collateral. And similar to like DeFi Saver might undo your position, so remove you from the market. Well, this lets you stay in the market, which is a difference, because it sounds like DeFi Saver. But what if the borrower doesn't return the loan? Well, Lenvest whitelists certain strategies and automates the repayment with an immutable smart contract.
Oh, nice.
So we have this 0.7% spread, and from that, since there's excess lenders in the market, intrinsic yield comes from the lenders from this spread. You see it's 0.553% for the lender, and less than half of that goes to the collateral lender. And currently there's only 0.1% offered for staked ETH across DeFi lending markets. So what's intrinsic finance? It's anyone could launch a meme coin like we were talking about earlier to provide 200% APR for lending. But what will that token be there in the long term? You want APR from hard DeFi native assets. And so you got to ask yourself, where's the yield coming from, and what is the utilization? What is the utilization on that lending platform, and what is the infrastructure system trade-offs to enable that utilization? So Lenvest, we started as almost like an API for DeFi lending to create an edge. Then we integrated with a lending market called Hydronet, and we actually put $95,000 on chain during our private beta to prove the security and the yields. And I have the on-chain transactions here in the case study. I'll share it in the private chat, and maybe we could get it to the community. So
awesome, man.
So what's next?
Yeah, what's next?
We're deploying so the collateral lender and we're deploying this collateral lender and capital efficient staking for liquid restaking tokens is going to be the next thing for 2025, and Lenvest is going to be the most efficient infrastructure for liquid restaking tokens. So each chain will have their liquid restaking tokens. So we're launching a points program in on February 24th. So that's where the community could really be engaged. And since we deal a lot with regulations, Lenvest will actually be allowing users, or we're actually going to be giving users small amounts of money to use our protocol and just interact with it. And we're going to be logging their wallets on chain, and they can receive points for the engagement with the protocol itself. So we really want DeFi to be really welcoming, and so that anyone can interact with it, and that's how we're doing it.
Awesome. People love points. I think it's a great way to get around a lot of the stuff, because points are, people know what points are. They collect them, and then they can hopefully trade them out later or get something else for them. So good to see, and I really like the idea of finding those inefficiencies in the lending markets and profiting off of them. It's really awesome.
Right. I really wanted to build like an arbitrage strategy for the average user to use, and you really have to build out a lot of infrastructure to capture this inefficiency in Aave. It takes a long time, and this is a way that all users can interact with.
Fantastic. Yeah. This is what's beautiful about the space is that people can come along and go, there's an inefficiency here, and then sit at their keyboard, create an app or a dApp and close that inefficiency up. Try doing that with, I don't know, Jamie, like Lehman Brothers. They're gone now, but like
Bear Stearns, Lehman Brothers. R.I.P. to all of them.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, like these centralized things, it's very difficult to jump in and find an inefficiency and fix it. Whereas with DeFi, most of it's free and open source, and you can plug into each contract and find these and offer a better service. So
let me just say this, Josh. DeFi, I think we're literally still in like the infancy stage of this whole industry. Because if you take a look at what's going on here in the United States, Josh, we're just finding out that Bank of America, of all names, all companies, Bank of America has targeted conservatives and have been booting their accounts.
Yeah,
that
and then lying,
insane.
and then saying they haven't been as well.
And then we can go on to other organizations like Wells Fargo. They're criminally, they're just the worst.
Yeah.
So it's great that we have these options, and I think again, the everyday consumer has not even touched any of this.
Right. Well, that's why I got into the space here. I was at State Street Bank in their blockchain department.
Oh, State Street. Okay. Yeah.
And I couldn't even innovate with the infrastructure being inside the bank. And in DeFi, I have full access to each layer of the financial stack, and I'm able to really bring this to market. And so we didn't, we wanted to rush and launch our smart contracts on chain. Let's say I think it was about 5 months ago, and we just put our own money on chain, and put about $95,000 on chain with a few partners, and just prove the security with our own money. And so anyone from the public could have taken it, and we're able to just prove that, and we have the on-chain transaction hashes to show we did that. And now that's grounding for like a grant for a full audit and all of that. But like you really have full agency. It's exciting.
Yeah, nothing shows bigger kahunas than putting up your own money into your own contract and saying, come and take it if you can. And that's
like
great.
posting your own bug bounty. Your own.
Wonderful. Hey, where do they go to find out more, Josh?
Yeah, so follow us on X, Lenvest_IO, and join our Telegram. And the more engagement we have in our Telegram, the sooner we'll launch our points program. That's
right on. So get in there, folks. Get engaged, and while you're at it, engage with that thumbs up button, or the like button, or the reshare button, wherever you're watching this stream. If you're watching this on LinkedIn, if you're the one person on LinkedIn that's watching, no, I'm not kidding. There's probably thousands of watching on LinkedIn, and I'm just paying out on LinkedIn because I don't personally use it.
I
but
know
a lot of people love LinkedIn.
Should we use it? Should we start using LinkedIn? I don't know, man.
I don't know. First of all,
I just can't get with it. But they've changed their model. I heard the last couple of months. They've tweaked some things. So
have they?
Maybe we need to go over there and check it out.
That's every time I go over there, I just get recruiters. It just seems like recruiters marketing to recruiters. It's just awful.
I feel like I'm in a Microsoft lobby.
Yeah.
Every time I go to LinkedIn.
Yeah.
It's really cool to see my former colleagues on LinkedIn saying, close pilot. We did this test, and in the meantime, we're launching things on chain, and testing out there.
The competition. That's friendly competition. That's great.
Yeah.
That's absolutely great.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
So I really appreciate this, Josh. Thanks for hosting this DeFi day. It's really amazing, and crypto blood. It's awesome here. Thanks, man.
Thanks a lot, man.
Thank you, man. Thank you,
Long
Josh.
live DeFi. Long live DeFi.
Much success to you.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely. So there we have another champion in the space. Blood.
Yeah.
This is a marathon. You're still looking fresh faced. I'm starting to,
Well, it's 4:00 here. What time is it there?
It's 7 in the morning. So I've been up
7
since
in the
3
morning.
in the morning. It's 7 in the morning now. 7:30. Yeah. So getting there. Up next, we have Venki from Metrome. Let's get him up. Menki.
Hey, Josh. Crypto Blend. Can you hear me?
I can.
Hey,
Welcome.
Venki. Welcome.
Congratulations on International DeFi Day. I'm going to go with a glass of water now because I've had too many Red Bulls.
Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me over here, man.
Absolute pleasure. Give us the quick rundown on Metrome.
Yeah. So, Venki and I have spent the last few years working in DeFi, building tools to make liquidity incentives more efficient. I have seen firsthand how projects burn millions on rewards and only to lose liquidity as soon as the incentives run out. So that's why we built Metrome. Hope that the liquidity mining gets smarter, more sustainable, and also performance driven. We heard about inefficiencies in lending in Lenvest. So we are trying to see if we can address the inefficiencies in the incentive market.
Fantastic. Well, there's nothing I love more than removing inefficiencies.
Cool. First up, our hot take is the traditional liquidity mining is dead. Projects spend millions on incentives, but the liquidity disappears the moment rewards stop. So we're not building any sustainable ecosystem. We are just fueling an endless cycle of mercenary liquidity. And we are... So in the current model, the liquidity providers jump in, farm rewards, and then they exit. There is no incentive for them to stay. The moment
and then they dump
APRs,
as well. They dump. Like when they exit, they just dump all that what you gave away and then crush you.
Yeah, and when this dump happens, then your token price goes down, and then to maintain the same APRs, you have to incentivize with more of your tokens. Right?
Yeah.
So it's like a
death
downward
spiral
that keeps happening.
The death spiral.
Yeah.
So most incentives do nothing to actually retain this liquidity. Protocols lack controlled emissions, so they cannot adjust rewards dynamically. And these emissions cannot be stopped once they are live as well. So it doesn't matter whether the liquidity providers actually improve liquidity depth or increase the volume of trading or contribute to protocol stability. They get paid either way. So if there is a pool and you're distributing like $1,000 in rewards and there is only $10 in TVL, this particular liquidity provider will just keep farming. And they are also not incentivized to share about this protocol or this pool because they would want to keep all of this APR for themselves. So
that's so true. Yeah.
So how do we fix this? So this is where Metrome comes in. We have so instead of throwing money at the problem, we are trying to address by introducing KPI-based rewards, where projects can define clear conditions for incentives. So liquidity providers will only get rewarded if the real liquidity goals are met. I will also do a small demo of our protocol shortly. And Metrome also builds range-based incentives, meaning protocols can now have the option to specify exactly where they want the liquidity to be. So they can communicate it clearly to the liquidity providers that this is the range that I want the liquidity to be, instead of spreading the incentives across the entire range.
Yeah, let's see it.
Yeah. So KPI-based solution is on the left. We have the traditional liquidity mining, and on the right we have the Metrome's model. So let's say that the goal is to reach 10 million in TVL for the WETH USDC pair. And for that, there's going to be like 250,000 tokens that will be emitted. But if the pool receives the time-weighted average is about 5 million, still all the 250K tokens are rewarded. So that means we are diluting the token supply. We're also wasting half of the rewards. But with Metrome, this one is prorated. So only if it reaches only half of the goal, then only half of the rewards are distributed. That's how Metrome ensures that you pay for the actual results rather than wasting incentives when your goals are not met.
No.
So I just do a small demo. I just hope it works.
Yeah. Demos always dangerous. Always living dangerously.
Yeah. So this one, I mean, we are on a few chains here, and we have just launched a month back. So we are still new to this. So let's take Uniswap V3 on scroll, and let's take USDC WETH. And right now it's about 10 o'clock here in the evening, and let's assume that this campaign goes for about a week. And we are rewarding with $2,000, $2,000 USDC. So this is how a normal campaign looks like. So when this campaign starts, regardless of how much liquidity is there in the pool, this $2,000 goes to all the liquidity providers.
Yeah.
But instead, whenever a campaign is created like this, as a campaign creator, you would always assume that, okay, I'm paying $2,000. I am hoping that there will be 200K in TVL for doing these rewards. But that doesn't normally happen. Mercenary farmers jump in to capture the high APR, and then as soon as they see this APR dropping, they pull the liquidity and move on. So the way that we are trying to solve is you can choose a goal here. So let's say that we talked about 200,000. So you set 200,000 as the upper TVL. So this is the goal that you are setting for the community to reach. And if there is only $58,000 in the pool, then only the rewards, it's a prorated amount of rewards will be distributed. I'm guessing that this is about 25%, 26%. Only 26% of the rewards will be distributed. And we do calculation block by block. So it's also not possible to game, where we do calculations block by block, and then we distribute after every snapshot, and the snapshot is like once in 4 hours or so.
Yeah, sweet. That's really cool. That's really, and for anybody that's running a protocol that's needs to do this, needs to lift liquidity, they'll know how hard it is. So this is great.
Yeah. You can also mix and match with certain things. So for instance, you can mix this with a minimum payout, which works like traditional incentives. So if you do 99%, this is how the traditional incentive campaigns work, paying to all liquidity providers. So you can also do like a mix and match, like 50% you pay it out to to all liquidity providers, regardless of the KPI being met.
Yeah.
And then the other 50% you pay based on how much the KPI is met. You also can define a floor. where this means under 50K, there will be no incentives that are paid out. So it kind of protects. So for some reason, the market tanks, and people dump the tokens, and then the liquidity providers leave, and then that reduces the TVL in the pool, but the incentive just keeps rolling out, right? But then with a floor, you will be able to kind of control the incentives and then not pay any new incentives under a certain TVL.
Venki, we've got to wrap it up, but quickly, what chains are you available on?
We are on Mode, Mantle, Base, Tycho, Sonic, and in the next coming couple of months, we are going to be on all major chains as well.
Yeah, I'd love to see it on Arbitrum. There's really cool stuff. I also love to see if you could say if people are using, let's say, Gamma, then the distribution will happen. If not, then it wouldn't. Stuff like that. It'd be really cool to see as well.
ALMs are not supported at this point of time, but it's there in our roadmap, and we would start supporting the ALMs in the coming weeks, actually.
Yeah, great, nice. For Blood, have you got any questions?
No, this looks nice, and a lot of people don't realize how hard it is for a team to create a user interface that's simple. The simpler it is, the harder it actually is to develop and make it intuitive. So this looks very intuitive. I like the visual chart at the bottom there.
Yeah.
It looks like they put a lot of thought into the user interface and experience. So kudos to them.
Yeah, totally. And a lot of the projects that you're seeing on International DeFi Day is to support crypto projects building in the space. So all of these tools are helpful for actual projects. So if you do know a project, because there's a lot of people up, that's the great thing about crypto. When you're part of a project and you own a token of a project, you're actually part owner of the project. So if you see something like this, it might not affect you directly, because Venki, correct me if I'm wrong here, but you don't have your own token, right, for this?
No.
Yeah. So but you'll be able to go, hey, I'm part of this other project, and they could really use this. And so this is why International DeFi Day is important to watch and to keep a lookout on, because we cover all of these sorts of things. And I think that liquidity provisioning is very, very important. If you get it wrong, at best, you lose, the whole project loses, and at worst, people blame you for rug pulling and all sorts of things, even though you didn't mean to. It just happened because you didn't know what you're doing and you didn't get enough liquidity into the project.
Yeah.
So,
and the way that you set these incentives upfront during the first epochs or something, and if that goes wrong, then you're always playing a catch-up game on bringing the price of the token back up, just to make sure that you're not over incentivizing. So you're absolutely right.
Right on. Thank you so much, Venki. And if people want to see you, it's over at metrome.xyz.
Yes.
So go and check them out.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for joining us on this wonderful, precious day.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me here.
No worries. All right. Man, so many.
Almost there, Josh. Almost there.
Almost there. It's up next. We have Matthias from
Stake.link. Right?
Yeah. Welcome.
Stake.link.
Matthias.
Hey guys.
Hey, welcome to International DeFi Day. Have you got your balloons and streamers ready? Are you celebrating? Are you still sober?
Oh, Actually, I'm doing dry January. We went out east for conferences in October and November. It was DevCon, and what else was there? We went to a Staking Rewards Summit. I got to see Vitalik talk on the last day. That was super exciting. So plenty of happy hours out there.
Dry
So
January. I'll cheers my water to that.
January.
That sounds good to me.
Well, yeah, guys, I appreciate you having a good day so far. A lot of updates from teams that I've followed for a while, and updates that I haven't seen on my feed. I guess you get so bogged down in your own work, not all the time on social media, and learn about new teams. So yeah, good stuff so far.
Tell me about it. I've learned a lot today, and I'm like, oh yeah, I got to get in touch with those guys.
Yep, 100%, and that's not too long. You'll be able to get a nap here pretty soon, Josh. So thanks again for having us up. I'll just go over briefly, what Stake.link is. It was super exciting to see that the first speaker, a good friend of mine, Sam Friedman. So he's at Chainlink Labs building the Chainlink infrastructure. We're working on securing the Chainlink infrastructure. So pretty much the biggest problem we solve right now is access to Link staking and liquidity for anybody who is staking Link. So right now, if you were to stake Link in the global community pool, it's about a 28-day cooldown period that you have to go through. With Stake.link, it can be as quick as instantaneous through accessing the ST-Link link pool on Curve Finance. If there's enough liquidity in our holding zone known as the priority pool, this is where Link tokens are deposited and Chainlink automation upkeeps are performed to stake Link into open space. Whenever there is an opening, if there's liquidity in that holding zone, you can withdraw immediately from there. And then we're going live with native Link staking withdrawals here shortly, which will enable anybody to withdraw up to 500,000 Link every 7-day period. So pretty much the problem that we solve, that's it. Access to Link staking and liquid staking for the Chainlink network. We're the only entity that does that. If you scroll back up actually to the node operators just a little bit, yep, right there. Those are the node operators that make up Stake.link. And I'm super proud to have some of these entities. Galaxy Digital is a $4-5 billion publicly traded company. Framework Ventures is one of the largest cryptocurrency VCs in the industry. Stakefish, Stakin, 0-1 Node, Peer 2, they all enable billions of dollars of staked assets through their platforms. Real privilege to have the team that we've got at Stake.link. They collectively process about 57 to 58% of all job requests successfully published on chain in the Chainlink network any given day. So, DeFi really is, bolstered and secured by Chainlink, and those are the teams right there that are doing it.
Man, amazing stuff. So, first question that is on people's lips: where do the rewards come from that are getting rewarded to stakers?
It's a great question, especially given in 2021 we did not ask where the rewards came from. We did not question where 20% reward rates came from on Terra Luna. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's good to see people doing more due diligence this cycle as opposed to last cycle. What it comes from right now is just inflationary rewards from non-circulating wallets held by Chainlink Labs. So right now at the global community pool, it's about 4.32%. At Stake.link, it's about 5.6% the last time I checked. We're able to offer a larger reward rate because there's two pools in Chainlink staking. One's the community pool, and the other is for node operators only. Not all node operators have fulfilled their allotment, so there's still a fixed amount of Link rewards that are sent to any node operators that are staking, so the reward rate is higher there. We offer auto compounding for the Link token. All rewards earned by the Link token, stake through Stake.link as well. The base reward rate's higher in the node operator staking pool as well. So completely organic. And, as time goes on, Chainlink continues to see more and more adoption. Real world fees will slowly replace the inflation that we're seeing because there is only a fixed amount of Link. There's 1 billion Link. You can't ever exceed that. It's hard capped. So, with as much adoption as Link is seeing, GMX was on earlier. They have a 1.2% revenue sharing agreement with Chainlink. Eventually that'll make its way to the Chainlink ecosystem. Really exciting stuff.
Man.
Staking and a real world revenue generation.
Absolutely. And also, the plan, I think, is to work with Build program tokens as well, to have that as a distribution network or system later on, maybe as well. So I think. One of the key parts of this whole industry is Chainlink. I don't think they get enough credit to really, that people understand how much Chainlink is used as infrastructure to make this whole industry work across all of its IP or technology. It really is vast, and so I can't say enough about it, and so it's for me an absolute no-brainer to use the technology that you've just showcased in terms of staking this stuff, because as they've definitely gone, Chainlink's definitely gone with the Silicon Valley route of keep it as free as possible for as long as possible and gain that network effect, and after a while, like you said, the inflation stops being used and actual revenues start taking over from that. And it's not something that, the good thing about Chainlink is there is switching cost. You can't just quickly switch to something else because it is such good technology. There's no one else really doing it as well as Chainlink in all these key parts of the technology stack that's needed in DeFi. So.
Yeah, that's something that's really underappreciated, I think, about Chainlink, is because there exists out there different financial data oracles. There's different interoperability bridging solutions. There's different automation solutions. So if you're a DeFi protocol, it's very counterproductive for you to just go out and shop for all of these one-stop shop solutions. Because if one of them breaks down, then you're facing entire risk to all the capital that you've made, your user capital that's on your protocol, and it could lead to insolvency. It could lead to a multitude of problems that you just can't recover from. But with Chainlink, it's just one integration. If you integrate Chainlink data streams, for example, you can then seamlessly plug into all of their other features. You can do proof of reserve, you can do cross-chain interoperability, you can do smart contract automation, and you're not adding additional trust assumptions. So that's a really big component of why Chainlink is so adopted in Web3 and why it's seeing so much adoption within TradFi. It's working with the 11,500 largest banks in the world are part of SWIFT. The DTCC that processes, I think, $3 quadrillion worth of volume, of pretty much most of which is all corporate securities transactions in the United States every year. So it's minimizing trust assumptions and enabling that secure environment for people to have an infrastructure to play on.
You're living in 2025 when you hear the number quadrillion. Yeah. In TradFi.
We won't be far from Googilian in about 2 more years, the way it's going, the way this shit is going.
Yeah.
We'll get a Googilian.
A Googilian.
Just another pandemic. We'll be able to print some more money.
There you go. That's it. And that's all we need. Another pandemic, and we're there.
Yeah, totally. If people want to grab their stake, I'm guessing it's Stake.link. It's not hard. It's right there. And if people want to, I don't know, help out, like is there bug bounties, or are there other ways that people can, if they're fascinated by what you guys are?
Yeah, great call out. Proud to be working with Cyphren, Mark Skrine, great guy. Got to meet him for the first time in Brussels last year. Anybody who needs smart contract security researchers, they're great. Some of the best to do it. Shout out to Patrick Collins too. We will be rolling out a bug bounty platform with ImmuneFi in Q1 of this year. So if you are your own, smart contract researcher, then feel free to pour over our documentation. You'll get paid for it. It'll keep Web3 secure, keep us secure, and enable Chainlink to keep scaling. If you want to participate, if you're interested further, everything that we do is real world revenue generating. So SDL, our protocol token, comes with organic reward rates. It's about 6.6% right now. It's not leveraged in DeFi. There's no inflationary tokenomics. You stake SDL, you get a multitude of different rewards. You can get your link staked, a 5.6% reward rate. We're expanding to other blockchain networks. We're about to be expanding to Metis pretty soon, I believe in the very short-term future. We were approved by Metis DAO to be a LST protocol paired with A41, a very large node operator, sequencer, validator. So that'll be exciting. And we'll be expanding to other blockchain networks as well. It'll really transform the SDL token and from being just the link staking, Chainlink DAO sort of governance token to a basket reward, basket index LST reward bearing token. So really exciting stuff that we're working on these days. Come check out our Telegram. We're active on Discord too. Try to keep everybody as updated as possible on Twitter. But yeah, if you're a bug bounty hunter, especially, keep a lookout on that.
Nice, guys. If you're watching this stream and you're liking this info, make sure to hit that that thumbs up. It is.
I know who's not liking it, Josh. I know who's not liking it.
I know.
It's the bankers. It's the
Gaming
bankers.
Diamond.
They're not liking this, man. This is great news. This is great news.
Yeah. No, Matthias, thank you so much for joining International DeFi Day 2025. It's a real pleasure to have people of your caliber here sharing what you guys are building over at Chainlink and Link and Stake.link.
Thank you. Yeah, cheers, guys. Y'all are crushing it, and I'm sure you'll finish off strong.
Yeah, cheers.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
All right, so there we have it, Blood Man. I tell you, if I wish I could have seen a stream like this when I was starting out, because it would have been,
yeah,
yeah,
we didn't have this when we started out.
No,
we didn't have this nowhere near. I mean, the only thing I could think of is a 3-hour Andreas Antonopoulos and Joe Rogan episode in the early days.
That was still pretty cool, man.
That was cool. That was great.
It was still pretty
Andreas.
cool. I mean, Joe wasn't as famous as he is now, but
no,
he was still pretty big. He was still the biggest, I think,
big
back then. Even
For sure.
Yeah, cool. So let's see who we got next. Adam from Dolomite.
Hey there. Thanks for having me on.
No worries, Adam.
How are you, Adam?
Welcome.
How you doing? It's been a long stream for you guys, hasn't it?
It has. But Blood is well versed in this space. He's
I'm actually used to it. I've done a couple of these with my buddy Rice, Josh Rice TVX. So
yeah, right.
I can do it.
This many projects. This has got to be a record for at least what I've seen.
Awesome. So let's deep dive into Dolomite. What is it? Where is it? Who is it? Why is it? And when?
Yeah. So let's. I guess we'll start with just what is it? Basically, we were trying to build essentially what is what we consider a next-gen lending protocol. The idea being that a lot of existing lending protocols were built for this earlier stage of DeFi where there were many fewer assets that people were borrowing or lending, and the assets didn't really do as much. And as a result, many lending protocols, they support a couple dozen assets, and you give up a lot of the ability to stake or vest or get rewards or many of the features that make DeFi so fantastic. So we built out Dolomite, which is built to support over 1,000 assets, to be able to support assets that no one else is able to support, to be able to let you continue to vest, stake, get rewards, vote, all the things that you love about your DeFi assets while also borrowing against them. So really that's the high level goal with it. We also, just as big users of it and longtime people in DeFi ourselves, just added a bunch of the features that we really wanted from lending protocols. We have built in a Zap feature. It's our meta aggregator, aggregates DEX aggregators as well as direct protocol integrations to make it easy to swap between assets without having to go and track down the right page on any protocol you're working with, and also to do so with your borrowing. So if you want to loop up, you could do that in one click. If you want to switch out your collateral, one asset for another without having to repay your loan, you could do that. Swap out your debt. All made to be incredibly straightforward and quick and easy. But on top of that, we have other stuff like isolated borrow positions. Something like Aave, everything you add is your collateral, and everything that you borrow is borrowed against that. But with Dolomite, you have as many separate borrow positions as you want. So you could have a risky one, you could have a safe one. And if the risky one gets liquidated, it doesn't affect your safe one, doesn't affect what you have just on Dolomite earning lending liquidity. Just overall, it's trying to take lending protocols to the next level. And around that, we also built this sort of wrapper for it to build out a strategies hub that just takes a lot of the awesome strategies people were running on Dolomite and packages them up, makes them nice and easy and approachable for a more average user, because for all the features we built, that means more complexity. So for some people, that's more out of reach. So we try and make it more simple, more approachable. And we've been live since October 2022, but really our story stretches all the way back to the beginning of 2018. And it's been a great journey so far. Things are going real well and heating up for a very exciting launch on Berachain.
Awesome. Hey, we when TheStandard launched, we also launched a long time ago, like 5 years ago, and it is like that. If you're building a true proper protocol, it takes time, because as you grow, you think, oh, there's a little thing that the users want, or the alignment doesn't actually work here. It's kind of like these trading card games or anything else. One card might be too powerful for another card, and then you notice all the players that have that card are winning. So
it changes over time too. That was the thing when we launched originally. Like, we started Dolomite back at the start of 2018 because my co-founder and I, we just really like building. We started trading a lot in 2017, and we hated the centralized exchange experience. The hacks, the fraud, the just the overall experience of using it. And we learned about decentralized exchanges, which at the time was Ether Delta, which was terrible to use, but the tech was cool. And we thought, we could build something better on that tech, just build a better exchange. And that's what we started building in 2018. We received an investment early 2018, and we're able to focus on that full time. And what we built out then was a hybrid DEX, off-chain order matching, on-chain settlement, just so we could have that, the speed, but still the security of things being on-chain, which we thought was cool tech, and it got some product market fit, but the space shifted to something more like a Uniswap AMM pool style models, and what we had didn't really fit at the time. So we had to pivot, we had to spin it down, but that's where we started working on our new version of Dolomite, which was built off of a lot of our experience of using a lot of lending protocols and margin trading, things like DYDX back in the day, and just what were the things that we wanted. That's where it really all came from. Same thing with the original version of Dolomite. What did we want to use, and how can we make it better? And like you say, it's also just something that takes time. There are certainly plenty of projects in DeFi and crypto that quickly fork something and push out some quick project. But if you're trying to really build tech that is meant to last, is meant to really grow into something bigger, it takes time to develop, it takes time to grow. And really that's our goal with all of it is, we're steady, solid growth and steady increase in our integrations and our features, so that, every month Dolomite is better than it was the month before. And, down the road, it could be a real foundation of DeFi as a whole.
I can already see it on Blood's lips. How do I get, is there a token?
Is there a token?
I guess to that sentiment of taking our time, launching in 2018 originally, and then launching this version of Dolomite in October 2022. We didn't rush to a token. That wasn't the goal there. It was when it was ready. And we actually just did announce our airdrop just at the start of this month. And we announced the snapshot, and the airdrop will be happening on Berachain shortly after Berachain launches, which we're real close to. I want to say, a week or so away. We'll see. TGE should be shortly after that. But same thing. We tried to take our time with it. Tried to get Dolomite to a point where we had product market fit, where we had a great direction going into the future, and a way that the token could properly integrate into the ecosystem. And we put a lot of thought and care into the tokenomics of it. And we think we have something that should be good for the long term, something that could steadily grow. And we're pretty hyped for it. Berachain's launch is looking way bigger than we were even anticipating, which was already pretty hyped. And we should be, it's looking like the primary lending protocol of the chain. So we'll be able to bring our tech to the proof of liquidity system they built out. We'll be able to launch our token ecosystem there, and I think it's going along well.
Awesome. And you're also part of the Chainlink Build program, is that?
That's correct. Yeah, we were, I think, one of the earliest ones at this point, maybe a couple years back that we joined. And it's just because Chainlink is so integral with everything we do. Lending protocol lives and dies by our price feeds. That's how you could secure the assets. That's how you could make sure lenders are safe. And also with a lot of what we build, it requires that next level that really that's what we get with the build program is this closer connection with their team to work on price feeds that don't exist yet. Things for like, I think you had GMX on earlier. We were the first to integrate GLP, and we let people do account transfers, investing and staking with their GLP, even while borrowing against it. And then more recently, it was the GM pools from GLP or from GMX that you could borrow against. And those have been huge because they're very high yielding. They've produced some great strategies on Dolomite. But then more recently than that, it's their GLV is also, I believe we were the first to integrate GLV. And with pricing that, it's a basket of GMX pools, which are also just a combination of a couple assets. If one of those prices is out, we lose the whole pricing for GLV, which makes it difficult to use. That's where we really need the solid support of something like Chainlink, the dependability.
Yep, total uptime. So cool, man. How do people get involved in the? Sorry, Blood.
No, I was just saying thanks, man. Great explanation of Dolomite.
Yeah. And if people want to take part in the airdrop, where do they go? What do they do?
Yeah, so I'd say a few angles there. The airdrop was purely retroactive for people who had used it, but that's not to say there isn't anything you could do. There's two sides to it. One, we've had a long-running community engagement program. Our XP program works like experience points in a video game by using features on Dolomite, using integration, showing up to Twitter Spaces. You could rack up XP, and that was an aspect of the airdrop, but it's going to become an even bigger aspect of our tokenomics. It gets you roles in our Discord, and it's a great way to get an intro to Dolomite because you get to try out a few different features and collect XP while you're doing it, and get access to special groups in our Discord. But beyond that, when it comes to the token, the biggest thing right now is Barachain is running a pre-deposit program through Royco, called Boyco, which is, I think, setting it up for a lot of success. They are already over $2 billion that they've got in the pre-deposit campaign, which means they're going to kick off with tons of liquidity directly in protocols that are running on Barachain. And we have 3% of our token supply set aside for people who are allocating to the pre-deposits to Dolomite. So if you could do it with a lot of different assets, you have USDC, USDT, ETH, WBTC, you could take that, and if you pre-deposit, it gets locked for 3 months, but during that period you're earning lending yield, you're earning Bara tokens from the Barachain ecosystem, you're earning potentially ODOLO, our liquidity mining program should launch shortly after launch. But then on top of that is the biggest part of it is our VE Dolo token. It's a VE lock, it's a 2-year lock. You can break it early if you want. The reward rates right now are quite high because it's pretty underutilized. People went really big into these pre-deposit vaults, and it's only this Boyco campaign is only running for a short period. So if you're looking to see some right now pretty high yields, and a lot of it's going to be in VE Dolo, you could toss in some USDC, earn all the rewards that I listed before, pick up some VE Dolo, and be part of the Dolomite ecosystem. And for now, the yields have been fantastic. But we'll see when all the LPs get in there. But that ends February 3rd at 12 a.m. UTC. So only a few days left. But it could be a good opportunity to pick up some yield and get into Dolomite.
Awesome.
Great.
Cool. Well, thank you very much, Adam, for joining us on this glorious day. A big
pleasure.
cheers to DeFi and all the wonders that it brings, the inefficiencies that it knocks out, like Melee knocks out departments in the government. Like, just a fantastic job.
I appreciate you having me on. It's been,
That's
great.
funny.
Cheers, mate. Bye.
Thanks, Adam.
Have a good one.
All right. Yeah. It's amazing. It's amazing. Right. Up next, Blood. We have Crypto Valley Exchange. Let's find out everything there is to know. We have the great James Davies joining us. How are you, sir? Oh, No audio. So
I've got your audio there. Hopefully
there he
that's
is. There he is. On air.
you
On
guys
air.
are carrying a marathon here. It's just well done. Amazing work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's crypto blood keeps me going, man.
I just want to ask Josh, how did you put this list together? Who put this list together? Was it George? Was it you?
Yeah, a bit of everybody, but mainly George, man. He's been
George, man. Round of applause, George. You put together a great list.
to start International DeFi Day once a year, and George went off the challenge on and put it together. Yeah,
I've been impressed with every project, literally every project.
4 hours 20 ticking. That's some surreal work. That's really well done.
especially if you have to get up at 3 a.m. to do it.
It's even worse.
Well, I was up at 4:20 to go to the gym this morning, and it's now 9:45. And
Nice. 420 of all numbers too.
Yeah.
All right. Well, James, tell us about Crypto Valley Exchange.
Throw that slide up if you can see it. There's just trying to get some information out there. First of all, to talk about how big this marketplace is, how big the derivative space is. It's really interesting as you hear about all of the different DeFi projects, and then you get this blast on X about stable coins and about where they are and about the L1 fees, and they're a rounding error. There was 220 million spent in 2024 on derivatives in crypto. Large chunk of that is on centralized exchanges, but that's where the money's going. It's being used to do spot exchanges, it's being used to do derivatives. Everything else is a rounding error. You can absolutely dominate your category in DeFi, and you're still, unfortunately, a rounding error compared to the size of some of this market. So what problem are we solving? This market should be even bigger. It should be huge. It's so small compared to every single other asset class out there for derivatives. The question for me has always been, why is this so small? I've spent 20 years. I used to have a colored jacket in London and Chicago, waving hands, writing on bits of paper, putting them in the card, throwing them at each other. I've done trading all over the world, and I can't understand how crypto is not 5 times bigger when every other asset class, for the amount of capital locked, is so much bigger. And I do stuff in copper, and that's like 22 times bigger. So why is it not bigger? Well, let's just have a little look. It should be bigger. It should be this huge market. The whole derivatives is a 1.45 quadrillion. I get to use the word quadrillion. Quadrillion is something that we don't, it's not in our vernacular yet. It's not something that everyone's using. We're still on trillion is a lot of money, but I'm going to throw quadrillion at you a few times here today. So the whole of the market by 2030 should be 2.7 quadrillion. Crypto, though, can be 25% of that if it gets its act together and it gets that 5 times multiple through. If it follows through on the same growth rate, same incoming capital as it's got right now, no big explosion, but it gets this 5 times capital efficiency up, it could be so big. And that takes our numbers on our 220 million, and that blows that just out of the water up into like 16 trillion or something. So why is it so big? Why is everything else so much bigger than us? What is clearing? Clearing is the secret sauce. CME Clear, ICE Clear, Eurex Clear, these are the big markets. If you go and look at an exchange business in TradFi world, the matching piece of it is not the dominant part of the business. That's like 25% of their business. 50% of it is clearing. Exchanges are clearing entities that push themselves out as trading entities. So we are going to try and address that. So we've got clearing, which is guaranteeing trades, getting some collateral reduction in place, trying to be predictable with everything that operates. And then we have a last slide off this. How big can this be? Well, this is one of my favorites. These hyperliquid TVL probably a month out of date, and it's just jumped and jumped and jumped. But Solana market cap, 90 billion. USD market cap, 140 billion. Bitcoin market cap, 1.8 trillion. The crypto cleared derivatives should be 35 trillion by 2030. It's just such an enormous business. We need to bring clearing. We need to be these concepts across and put this in as a base layer across everything to give ourselves some capital efficiency. And that's what we're delivering, the first protocol anywhere to do this. Cool. So I'll take a pause. I've given you driven you guys off towards the coffee for a moment. But the concept here for us is, how do we bring everybody into this space and get clearing going across all of these markets. So all of this OTC business that we don't say, where Wintermute saying that there's more business going on OTC than there is on Zexes. You know, how do we make sure that DeFis can have some competition with Zexes? We saw Robinhood come out yesterday and put out a huge amount of announcements, and they're putting up futures from CME on the Robinhood app. They're going to go after Binance's market in the US. Yeah. If we're not careful in DeFi, we will be run over by it because everyone's I'm just using Robinhood. Yeah, well, why do I need to? I'm using Robinhood. We have to act quick to not get run over by this stuff. And their futures, not perps, because perps don't really work. And somebody put patents in on those in 2012. I've tried to make them work back in 2013 on interest rates. They don't really work capitally. They're holding us back. But we can all do this together. We don't have to have lots and lots of different pools for a collateral. We can have one big DeFi pool across collateral and lots of different exchanges for matching around and different ideas and concepts for liquidity. But we've got to do clearing. TradFi beats us every single time. We've got to get that into our space.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's a really interesting take. And I think the L2s having liquidity all over the place makes it very, very difficult. And I think that's the big challenge, as well as usability. What Robinhood really did well was gamify, add lots of confetti and all that sort of stuff. So I think bringing the professionalism, but also all that liquidity from all those different chains, and this again where Chainlink is really nice with this with the cross-chain stuff, the CCIP. So how are you guys taking on that challenge?
So I mean, you pick out one business there, which is it's really interesting to see where Chainlink is in that. And Chainlink's an incredible business. But when you go and look for the perp on Chainlink to trade it on Binance, there's no action at all. Like, well, why is there no action? Well, because it's so stable, it doesn't move around as much as some of the rest of these things. And the charges are so high and those spreads are so high with that margin that no one wants to trade it because it costs you like multiple days worth of P&L for it to move enough for you get it. So it gets no trading action in it. If this was in TradFi, I'd get tons of trading action because it's too expensive and the collateral's used. I should be able to do Ethereum versus a basket of Arbitrum and Optimism and do a statistical arb trade against those things. These are the sort of things I want to see. So we are building this clearing layer. We will put a crypto exchange on top of it to allow people to come and access it. But if you were CEO of GMX, you're CEO of Drift, or somebody in one of those businesses, and you're like, how do I unlock the capital we've got for more trading? You come and do a deal with us. You say, okay, the big institutions that come and trade through us, can they also then book the trades across to you and collapse their collateral down? If you're an options OTC guy, you've got all sorts of collateral versus this guy, that guy, the other guy, and you've got hundreds of millions on your balance sheet. Like, how do I collapse that down and do more trading? You come to us, we'll collapse it all down. We'll take a tiny piece out of the center of it, and you do the trading, you do the lending, you do everything else around it. I'm not taking anybody else's business. There's no one doing this. We're not having to take it from anyone. We're just going to add this extra. We'll create an exchange which will compete with other people there. But if I got all of the business from other people and not through our platform, at the end of that, I'd be like, okay, that's cool.
Why hasn't anyone done this yet? Why do you think that is?
Because it's complex. So this was 77 smart contracts on Arbitrum. And we waited for them to develop Rust and get their Rust SDK out, which came out in October. Yeah. Because when you're doing that much stuff, you've got to worry about things like attack surfaces and individual testing. So I'm literally just talking to them about tools that we supply that can help out other people to do this today. And if we can wrap all those things well and test them well individually, you can drop your risk right down. But you need that level of Rust and complexity to be able to do this hard maths on chain in an effective way. I think we're just over the line where it's possible on chain today. But as I talk around people who are from TradFi, they're like, well, of course, that's what we need. And every one of those big trading operations, it's like, I talked to a trader, won't say their name, but one of the big names that we all know. And I said, how are you dealing with this with the exchanges? And they said, handshakes. So, well, we can't post all the collateral that they all need. So we've got handshake deals with each one to reduce our number down. But when that guy leaves and somebody else comes in, we have to do a new handshake deal and suddenly it costs us 20 million. Yeah. It's like, right. Okay. And that's sustainable. How?
Exactly.
Our business and that's decentralized. How?
Yeah. Put it on chain and let us all look. You know, I don't want to
Yeah.
sat in a black box in Panama. I want to see what's going on. I want to know.
Crazy.
What it is. So we're first. It's a whole new category, but it's also how you build a unicorn. If you want to really win in this space, you've got to come in and go, right, we're going to change how a big piece is going. We're going to add something new, which everything's going to lean on. You're not going to come in and go, we've thought of a better way of doing this piece, because then you're competing for mind share. You're going to come in and go, bang.
So are you guys based in the Crypto Valley? Is that why it's Crypto Valley Exchange in Zurich?
The labs is in Zurich. Yeah. That's why the labs business is based out of there.
Yeah.
It'll be fully decentralized though. We're like 100% DAO decentralization all the way.
Fantastic.
Token launch we're debating with some launch pads. Might be only a few weeks away. Might be 6 to 8 weeks away, but really, really soon. Loads of incentives to come up with some trade through our platform and prove it.
I'm getting this token, Josh.
Yeah, see, man, I'm telling you, the alpha, it's right there.
The alpha is here.
So
it's happening right now.
That's what we want. We got to create that community. We're going to give out. We've already had a test net. We ran a 9-month test net. We've got 6 million people signed up onto our test net across different platforms, because we went after the people in the meme space rather than the people in the DeFi space. We've got loads of that, but in DeFi, not enough people know us. We're like, ex-TradFi guys here know us. The big trading houses know us, and the meme fi guys know us.
The meme degens.
Yeah.
Nice. Fantastic. So that is, and you guys are launching purely on Arbitrum or
so
another chain?
It's on Arbitrum, and everything will run on Arbitrum. But there's some really neat stuff inside Circle, which is the collateral coin at the moment. It's USDC, where you can interact from different chains, and we're going to be bringing them all online. Solana's really soon, so you'll be able to just come to it, deposit your USDC out to Solana, trade on the platform, pull back into it, and not really have to worry about the fact the execution underneath is on Arbitrum. So we want to go, everybody can access that. And that means that we can go and talk to, Drift or someone and say, come on, you can come in and you can offer up this as a clearing. You can book out your collateral backwards and forwards. But it's mind boggling. If I go to a big centralized exchange, I want to do like long 1,000 Ethereum, short 12 million Arbitrum, which is roughly the spread. And I go and put that trade on one of the big exchanges today, it will cost me around $700,000 in collateral I have to post. If I use a proper portfolio risk system where I go, well, actually, these two things move together all day long, like us, our going rate at that moment for that same trade is 306,000 in collateral locked. It's like just unlocks a massive amount of money to go and trade again. Yeah. In options, it goes like 90% down. So that's where all this collateral comes back in. And if you give people collateral back, so if you're Drift CEO and you're like, you give your people 80% of their collateral back, guess what? They're going to trade.
They're going to go in. Yep.
Yeah. Exactly. Are you charging for the risk that they're holding, or are you charging them for the trading? You're charging for the trading.
That's it.
Wow.
Again, inefficiencies cold out. And
it's why we can't get real world assets. Like this Saudi gas company said, we want to shift a load of gas into this space, into DeFi, and trade it in a DeFi way. But we can't find a clearing solution, so it's going to cost us more than it would do if we do it with the banks.
Yeah.
If we have clearing, they can come in and then everyone can play in the same market. So it's why real world assets is the real world assets trades on derivatives, not as spot in financial markets. Without clearing, doesn't work. Anyway, check us out.
Good stuff. Yeah. Where do they go? What's the URL?
You can see people are posting it. Right. CVEX.xyz. Just search for Crypto Valley Exchange. You will find us.
Yeah.
Really, really straightforward. We have switched on and opened up this morning. The market maker, the first one is told us they're going to be switching on overnight the rest of this liquidity. So market maker 2 is switching on in the next day or two. Market maker 3, which is also committed, and these are names you would recognize, are going to put theirs in. But we don't need it to be market makers. If you want to come put a bid in, you put a bid in. You don't have to take market maker flow. You can come and just be your own market maker and trade.
Awesome. Hey, thank you very much for joining us, James. It's fantastic. And I just want to say a big shout out to Crypto Blood for co-hosting here. I know you've got a hard stop as well in a few minutes. So yeah, man, what a day.
Yeah, it's been great. when you act, when George reached out, I said, of course, man. I love Josh. I've had him on my channel a couple of times. He's an OG, like myself, and yeah, great time, man. So appreciate James. Listen. I think Josh, I might have to give it to James and CVX, man.
Oh yeah,
they may be the top project. I don't know.
There you go, man. That's a tough one with all the great projects. James, what a
I appreciate that, and you
Save
don't
the
choose
best for last, Josh.
Yeah.
Save the best for last.
Yeah. Well, we've got Beefy to go still. I think if they're in the chat here, let's see. But thanks a lot, James, for joining us.
Thanks, James.
And Crypto Blood, thank you again
man.
for taking this challenge, running with me through this marathon. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Thank you again, and look forward to doing some things with the Standard guys. Follow me on X at CryptoBlood_. Josh, I'm actually working on a book. So finally, I've got a book that I'm working on. It's going to be blockchain, AI, Bitcoin AI base, kind of mash those two together. Just, I think it'll be a great book for people to understand how to navigate going forward with Web3 and AI. I think it's going to supercharge this revolution, man. So I'm really looking forward to that being ready very soon. About a month and a half or so, I should be ready.
All right, cool, man. Hey, I really appreciate it, and I'm looking forward to that book. I want to add it to cart. So
yeah,
hurry up, man.
All right, take care, Josh. Thank you, man.
Thanks, Blood. All right, folks. Next we have GPMS from Beefy.